Sorry, was that recording now?
Yes.
I was looking. They were talking about skills. I was looking down at my phone. I was trying to pick my next formation for FGO. Hi, this is Rain, though. I'll put that down for a second until we do the intro.
Speaking of Rain, let me set up my horse girls.
Oh my god. Yeah, you have fun with that. I have to do the intro while I'm talking. Hey, this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHart, Lexo G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV 1000, Kastrai, Journey Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue and Charvor, and Varian the Crow. Thank you for your support, everybody. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I like raise my finger to like point at the invisible billboard, and it's like, don't do that. I'm gonna get tired. Okay, this is 52. It's 52 weeks of rain. It's not actually true. Some weeks were missed, but we're trying.
Indeed. Those were sad weeks.
Yeah, well, at least we have a plan to do something on Sundays. But everybody's here, and you guys have returned from the Fogveil. Yay!
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 No one was horribly maimed. Yay!
Except for Bloody Brad.
None of you.
No
None
one
of
of
you were
importance.
damaged.
No one of importance was horribly maimed.
Hey, I cleared my mission. I have no mission right now, so like, yeah.
You should figure it out. Okay. So
I'll probably think I
you
did something.
guys land in the fishing village. You know, you depart. You tell that stuff. I think you planned for Captain Itana to sail around.
Yep. Hired some dudes at the fishing village to help crew her ship.
Yeah, it can be accomplished. So you guys return to the Silver Tower. This is your last call for anything you want to say or do at the Silver Tower. You police up back all your shit. Cover all your things that you may have left behind and all your other bits and bobs. Getting ready to leave.
Okay.
Like I said, Inos is going to make sure to get his Chains of Mastery before we leave. I did pick up a couple more spells with Souls of Places, so I'm hoping to get all 4. Should I post like my spell list so you can confirm?
It's fine.
Okay.
They have a library at the Silver Tower.
Quite yes.
Okay, I would probably
guys
make
were
sure
there earlier.
I don't know if I did this before we left. I can't remember. His time is a flat circle, but in case I didn't, I want to do it. And if I did, I'm just doubling down on it, which is I want to transcribe a copy of the notes left by the Flame Alchemists into the library.
I know you did do because you read those notes and got a copy for yourself. I do not remember if you added it to the library in Silver Tower. So yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I will do it if I didn't. And if I did do it, well, they already had it.
I do have a couple more things I want to take care of before we leave the Silver Tower. First off, I should have written this down. Now I gotta go look for it. Good job, Lucky.
Oh no.
Well, no, it's just I want to see if there's any practitioners of a esoteric I want to pick up. And yes.
Okay.
Well, I found
Sorry,
it. No, I got it. You say what you're gonna say before you forget.
Would it be feasible? Because as I mentioned before, this is something Logesh wants to go grab to help forge something to quickly see if I can go back to the mountains we walked through to get some dragon bone.
No, you cannot quickly do that.
Okay, in which case he will put that in a later tab and just focus on learning that Constable's Eyes while we're here.
That's a magical master tool. I'm of a similar...
Honestly, why don't you see if you can just get some from the Silver Tower? Maybe they just have some dragon bone in the vault they'll be willing to part with.
They did have some dragon bone stuff later. What is the...
Would they be willing to part with it?
Wood? Well, that's why you have to have money.
I'll give you this time now.
Well, that'd be a haggle roll to barter.
Yeah. Can I offer you a diamond in these troubling times?
Polearm is
Well, yes, yes, you
And
can.
I
Thank
will-
you. Yoink!
No takebacks.
Polearm is normally wealth 2, so getting it in Dragonbone should probably be wealth 3.
Ah, a nice eggplant at least, right? If the thing is at your wealth level, can you get it, or do you have to take like a penalty? I forget about that.
You could haggle.
You
so you
can
don't.
get it, but it will reduce your wealth by 1.
I think you can do a haggle
Worth
to
it.
avoid that.
You can roll haggle to not spend the point, but if you do not pass the haggle check, you do not buy it. You cannot go back to spending a point.
I will lose the wolf point. Even though I have 5 dice in haggle, I'm not going to tempt that fate.
Fair.
Smart lad. That is what I do all the time as well. I'll get the XP back later.
Yep.
Yeah, you've
And we're
you
needs
have
more money
to burn
now.
into some of the reserves of your personal stipend you got up from all that. But yes, they are able to part with enough Dragonbone to produce you a polearm. In your case, a Bardiche.
Yeah. Now I need to. I think I do remember talking to Nicola about it, but now I just need to get it all sorted. I just need some kind of master blacksmith. Just hounding
Polearm that
Konrad.
does within shock and killing +2 killing.
I don't remember if you actually decided which of the 2 medals you wanted me to make for you.
Hold
Oh,
on,
Loth, just
W.
oh, sorry.
I know
Sorry,
you
no,
wanted
no,
me
no.
to make one of them.
Just a quick double check.
Sure.
Loth, not Loth. Logesh is body 4, right? At least.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Just double checking.
it'll be
Okay.
heavy, right?
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
a massive weapon, and you have to be minimum body 4 unless you have high and low from the Warhammer.
Oh, I've got a dumb idea for a weapon attack I could, or just a dumb thing.
I will say it reminds me of the fucking Bone Axe and Three Houses. Like
I was
that
just gonna say,
giant
here,
fucking
hold
thing.
this. Just give it to someone. See what happens.
I mean, you can kind of do that. Yeah, they could just choose to
Look!
drop it, I guess, but you're not allowed
have
to
to-
wield massive weapons without body 4.
We have to restrain them. What are we gonna do? So I'm just gonna pull.
Well, you're gonna
my
put
weapon
Mjolnir
over
on their chest like you're the mighty Thor. Here, hold
Uh,
this.
I do not think we will be able to make anything quite as good as the bone weapons in 3 Houses, though.
Yeah, but
Particularly
So I've-
that fucking axe is the Jesus Christ.
for the moment, I've written it down. But I do, as I've mentioned before, want to make a polearm with the dragon bone pieces, and I believe the adamantine.
Okay.
Was it adamantine?
Adamant.
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 It's
My bad.
adamant. It would be adamant or orichalcum. I can make both, but technically, you four are the only one. Oh, sorry, you four and Ike Wayland are the only 5 people that know that.
Yes, but yes,
Because I may have obtained the ability to do that illegally.
the premise is the dragon bone will be the shaft, and adamant will be the blade. So I've written that
Makes
down.
sense.
I'm assuming it's not made yet because I need a Dallas to do rolls. But yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm happy.
How long does adamant take to make?
Well, Dallas.
Several hours.
Well, Dallas
Yes.
thinks about that.
Yeah, go for Enos.
I would like to check the Silver Tower if I can find anyone who can teach me the first level of extenuating sorcery.
Level 1 of extenuating sorcery that has an E and an X in it.
Yes.
You don't understand. I have extenuating sorcery.
Is there a?
Yes.
Is it weird if I want to also learn that too? Unless that's kind of already
I
taken. now.
personally, I think that's kind of weird because you're just piggy banking off me looking for it, and you're going, "Oh yeah, I can do that too."
Well, actually,
I've had this up my cheat the whole
Was
time.
it-
But there.
That feels in
Because
character,
Axe
though.
asked about one of the disciplines before. We had that because we had that whole back and
It's
forth
extenuating
about
sorcery.
alacrity.
Yeah, no, I know
versus
Axe has wanted.
extenuating.
I know Axe has wanted extenuating sorcery because he thought he had it. But like I said, I'm not going to stop him to say that he can get it too, but I'm just pointing out the fact that he only thought about this because I said it.
Yes, I blank-headed. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay.
And
No,
it's
I don't
also
mind.
why I'm saying
He's willing to take his lumps. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure extenuating was the one we talked about earlier that we had the confusion because this is why I had to ask to make sure you're wanting the one with the EX, right?
Yes.
Because there's a lot of
No, I got
descriptors with vowels in front of these sorceries.
No, I got the level 3 of the one that the senior enchanter has, but that's been put on a ring. But I want extenuating sorcery naturally. Like I want to get all 3 of them.
Yeah. The person I want to learn a sorcery from, I think, already departed, or did she come with us?
What are you looking for?
The lady in white.
Oh yeah. What do you? What?
I'm still trying to learn, motherfucker. I can't remember the name of the discipline. I can only remember the thing I really want to get to eventually.
Well, you got to remember
right, you're
to
trying to
learn
learn
that
the name
you
of the
got to be
queen.
steeped in the culture.
I know, that's why I have to have tea with her for like a couple years.
Where am I gonna fucking stick this? Right.
She would be departing from you when you leave. You can talk about stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't-
gonna
I don't
go
know if you
visit.
send her
I'm gonna
back.
go visit her on my extent. By the way, you will actually get a formal note from Nicola. He is taking a week-long sabbatical.
Everyone's just like, we're fucking done with this shit.
Genuinely, that's not
The
not an
plan
out
is-
of character joke.
Inos for sure wants to go up to the Dragon's Eye. The plan is to route you guys at least as far as Drakesborough, which is a resort hot springs town. And there's saunas and stuff. So at the very least, you're going to take probably a day or two.
Okay, I'll
there
go to the
before
resort
returning
town
to
for a
Downford.
day, but then I will. Then I'm taking a personal sabbatical
That's fair.
because Lord got my anxiety through the roof.
Yes, I think so, Logesh.
Alright, but other than that, Enos will learn that. Spend my last fucking XP. Get my 4 chains. I'm going to put Magister of Soulcraft on my title now, because it's really cool. And other than that, Enos is going to kip out into town to the parish to speak to Prisca Ecclesia. We don't necessarily need to have a session about it because I don't want to take time. But basically, he's gonna talk more to her, get the cut of her jib, and ask her to watch over Aurelia's training and healing and other maybe church-related matters.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will take slight offense to that.
Shut up, you ducker of responsibility.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
that
not
would be.
gonna
I mean, if you
no to
wanted to
that.
take Aurelia under your
Did I hear duck?
wing about healing. Oh my god!
Sorry.
Shoot that man!
Okay, no!
Team from Fury.
Wait, I didn't do the gun sound. Fuck.
But as the court physician, if Nicola wanted to take Alestra under his wing about healing, that is perfectly within his discipline.
My genuine thought was I did not know if she wants to learn formal healing. If she has ever spoken interest in it, I would have offered.
I mean,
I'm
I
pretty sure
asked.
she has a couple of
Yeah.
points in healing already.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
Okay, then yes,
I mean, I'm pretty sure she
definitely
would have
offer.
picked that up from. Yeah, she's healing too. She probably picked that up either from you or from the same teachers as you.
No, then yeah, I would happily extend
I'm trying to remember exactly what.
a formal offer.
Several weeks now. It's been like a month since you guys before you guys left. It was technically part of the conversation about advancing her sorcery. Was that? I'm trying to remember how she phrased it to Inos, because you asked her what she wanted to do. I'm trying to remember. She said she wants to help people.
Yeah. Like I said, the reason why, well, let me explain this a little out of character so Dallas gets it. Dallas, you're an alchemist. You're a scientist healer. Prisca Ecclesia is a hospitaller, part of the order that goes around and helps people and heals them.
No, that makes sense. And honestly, I will probably let I. Okay, Dallas is not offended. Nicola is offended that he wasn't at least asked.
No, well,
It's out of character.
I should double check what healing esoterics Nicola has. I need to run Prisca's stats actually, because she would probably have. I do not have a stat book.
No,
Let me
because
check the
next time, but
healing.
she should probably have at least a couple of ranks of the church one.
no, because
Yeah, that's the thing. If Aurelia wants to learn because I know what one you're talking about. I know if Alestra wants to learn the healing discipline, it's like the body is a temple or something.
No, it's called Blessings of the Church.
Yeah, I do not have. That is the one healing discipline I do not have.
Yeah, no. But no, Enos' thought is, since, like I said, Prisca is there, and like I said, when we originally met Prisca, she was like, oh, what, fuck the Inquisition. And I was all like, I like her.
No, I agree with you.
But, so it's one of those things of, I want basically, Alestra to learn under someone who has life experience and being out in the field and healing and doing good work.
Yeah.
While I do believe Nicola is a good healer, he also applies healing from a scientist kind of level.
I learned from the Royal Physician College.
Yeah, it's like. So
The Royal
honestly,
Society.
no.
That's fair.
Like Enos probably didn't consider asking Nicola, because Nicola, like I said, while very skilled, also isn't the same type. I guess it's weird to say, but it's not the same type of healing that he wants Alestra to pick up.
Well, it's the kind of thing where, I think we just speed ran that in character interaction.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where Nicola could feel some legitimate offense, because not only is it his sister, but also he is the court physician. Like, he's much like Inos is supposed to have a small cadre of diplomats to help him.
Yeah.
There should be some nurses and doctors and stuff who work under Nicola at Stonehearth.
I would say that is much more likely Nicola feels illegitimate offense, because like I said, Inos made his points very well. Nicola is just angy.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
can't really justify it. So,
but yes,
Inos is great at making
to
people
talk a little
angry.
about that, because you've got that. Yeah, Prisca is a hospitaller. Her history is she was an aspirant at the tower, didn't display any talent with soulcraft. A long-running factor. Inos, I think you've discovered there's a pipeline within House Gridarvol.
mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's called We Check If You Have Soulcraft First. Don't have Soulcraft? Well, guess what? We've spent a couple years training you in a religious education. Would you like to become a monk or a nun?
Yep.
So,
that's
Prisca ran that route. She became a nun, and she is an ordained priest. That's why she's Reverend Mother. And then she joined the Order of Hospitallers. So she is a healer. She's versed in charity and alms. She knows a little bit about self-defense. We talked about that before.
And this is how Alestra learns fucking Thunder Fist.
Yeah, like I said, she should have Prisca should have a couple points, probably in whatever the dodge one is. It Way of the Willow or something.
Way of the
Points
Willow.
of Thunder Fist. Yeah.
If anything, I probably. We wouldn't have been here at the time. Never mind.
Yeah. To kind of read through my notes, she's she's a very virtuous person, but she's not caught up too much in the structures of faith.
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably got
Her
along
understanding of
great.
scripture is much more academic. You know,
I probably got along
she's
great with her
well-read,
then.
well experienced, but yeah.
Uh,
And she has done mission trips, both in her, years, both in her training as a priest and then as a fully ordained priest. Been to all corners of Troycrone. Usually, obviously performing charity work in Norlon, but also, bringing food and water during droughts and hot seasons to regions like Nahal and Akunar, treating outbreaks of illnesses, mostly cold fever, which would be your rough equivalent to influenza, a seasonal illness.
Mhm.
Fever, which strikes in the colder months. And then there's occasional outbreaks of plague or pox. And so she's been through a few there. And she knows of the Archbishop if Inos ever wanted to ask her opinion on him.
Sure. Like I said, originally I was gonna try and make Priska like some sort of quote unquote ally with a capital A, but we talked about that. I really probably can't rip her away from her parish without getting into a lot of church politics. I'm all like, nah, I ain't about that. So, no, I wouldn't mind just knowing
that
her.
would probably mean you'd need to actually loop your Marquess into that scheme.
Yeah. But nay. But he would Anos would like, how long has she been Reverend Mother here at the parish? She's been here a while.
I'm not sure exactly how long she's been assigned to
Enough.
this parish, but let me double check her.
Yeah. Well, because remember, she was one of the recommendations we had from our former archbishop. He'd be like, I think she'd be good at the job.
Yeah, I do remember that was a name that appeared.
Yeah, let's see. She's 39, so she'd be a little young to have made archbishop, but you can make some moves. She's probably been at this parish for several years. Maybe around a decade. And probably spent most of her, her 20s in mission work.
Okay, yeah, no, she's been here.
Sorry, sip of the water.
Sip of the water.
Sippy.
Sippy. So, yeah, no. I do have to ask, is Lester coming with us back to Stonehearth, or that was kind of my intent, but
Well, I mean, that's the thing I was going to say. That was your plan, I assume.
yeah, no, I was just making sure that wasn't like, because basically, Inos isn't going to be on hand to teach her all the time. She's probably going to, head back home every once in a while. So, when she's back home, have Priska, handle things. Words. Okay, no, that's all clear. It's good. We're
words,
good.
words.
I'm done.
Yes.
All right.
And everything will work smoothly like clockwork.
TikTok.
All right. Nobody else said anything when we were quibbling, so I assume everybody else is good to leave the Silver Tower.
Yep.
I think I have to go back to Stonehearth to learn the discipline that I want to, because I don't think it would be found at the Silver Tower.
That's fair enough.
Axe?
I'm good.
He good.
Okay.
Yeah, I put my
All right,
points
so
in.
you guys pile back into the carriage, travel on
To
home.
the mystery machine.
Honestly, if you wanted to paint your carriage those colors, that's fine. You guys got a dog.
I will walk.
This with a bloody bread, I would have gotten away with it too.
Well, that was almost a Scooby-Doo plot. There weren't actually ninja zombie pirates in the port. It was regular pirates. Anyway, you guys bundle back together. You cut across, the territory around Gridarvol. I called this formation something, but I don't remember what it was because it's none of the notes that are ahead of me. You go back through the Corbwood,
Corb.
and you guys are stopping off in Drakesborough. Drakesborough is to the northwest of Stonehearth. It's, right up nestled in the mountain foothills. Lovely little alpine town.
Hasn't changed much since the last been through here.
Yep. Foot of the trail. So, Drakesborough is a medium-sized but affluent town. It's got an alpine look, broad sloped roofs, mixture of wood and stone buildings. The township itself is actually, markered out by a ring of mixture of timber and earthenwork walls. There's a handful of wooden watchtowers concealed in nearby pine forests. Because the slopes of the Dragonspike Mountains are not bare, so, you've got a tree line. So there's many pine trees up in there.
Pine.
You guys probably nod and salute to a few men in watchtowers. Law in this region is enforced by a mixture of the Lamplighters, and then the actual township has a local militia of volunteers, which includes laborers, tradesmen, and knights, or otherwise, knight class people. But also, as you guys roll through the streets, the shops and the streets are filled with small packages of mercenary companies. Gentlemen dressed as Landsnicht and other mercenary-type outfits, possibly with fancy hats and, body colors and livery of their various companies. Because there's a lot of money in this town. And there's respectable veins of gold, silver, and copper nearby. Just as a, tourist note, if you're reading the brochure, the lowlands below Drakesborough, the hills are filled with barrows or burial mounds for the ancient peoples of Teine. You can see them. Most are marked either in stone or grassed over with very, open up. So the town is notable. It's got a large, winding high street filled with shops and guild halls. There is a market square, but usually this is reserved for traveling merchant caravans, which bring goods from all over Teine, as well as the Iron Demon holds, or Holtz, with a U, in the mountains. And some merchant caravans come all the way from Crag. The big guilds, if you're thinking about your guild hall check-ins, the big guilds in Drakesborough are all the smiths. Blacksmiths, goldsmiths, redsmiths, maybe a little whitesmiths.
Goldsmith.
Redsmith.
Seeing the
No,
Smiths.
this was not here.
I
Except for
can't
Smith.
help myself. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So there's a variety of, workshops, artisan studios, and stores to sell jewelry, tools, weapons, household items. If you can clang something out of metal, you can buy it in Drakesborough. Including probably some very fine gunsmiths. There's a large, work and bunkhouse for the miners' guild here, who are important in the town, but obviously that's more to do with, the labor goes out. The mines aren't actually in the town, but they bring in the raw ores and stones. And there are many smaller shops and guild halls for associated guilds. Armorers, locksmith, carpenters, masons. There is a money changers guild hall, which functions as a small bank here. Because as established, the Iron Demons do have their own currency.
Yeah.
So there's currency exchanges here. And you can find, like I said, a few shops for firearms for hunting or for personal defense. The other largest industry here, besides just money, is hospitality. Once you go past the high street into the upper ridges of the town, there are several natural hot springs. You guys can probably smell that slightly sulfury, slightly minerally smell.
I smell.
Springs.
And see the mist, kind of rising the steam rising up in the back of the town. So there are, natural hot springs, there are public bathhouses and saunas, and private lodges. And for every public house for workers and craftsmen, there's a traveler inn or a tavern for merchants, nobles, and pilgrims. This can be a religious sequence. So at the end of the high street, there's the twin imposing edifices of the blacksmiths and goldsmiths guild halls, standing tall. Honestly, this is probably where, Enos, you first signed up for the Goldsmiths Guild.
Yeah.
Also, here is the manor for the mayor, the Lord of Drakesborough, who is, we've previously established, is traditionally an iron demon. They do not swear fealty to the Marquess, but they are an allied freeholding lord. And they are responsible to pay a portion of the king's tax. The mayor, current Lady Mayor, I've mentioned her name before, but it's Jantrapin clan, sometimes just called Jantrapin. Before rising to the position of Lord Mayor, being appointed by Leofric early in his career, she was a diplomat and a caravaneer with the Circle of Treachery. But her kin have strong ties to the circles of greed and lust, which is economics and entertainments. And probably, again, depending on, I don't know, we haven't talked before, but, like who's going up the mountain.
Yep.
But she will probably, come to greet the Marquess because, you're making a visit.
Of course.
So Jantra is kind of a peachy, ruddy skin tone. Wearing simple, high quality cotton shirt sleeves and breeches of a human noble, but wearing the traditional soft mountain sandals of the Iron Kindred. And she's got, probably a cloak or scarf of tight Kindred woolen weaving wrapped around. Your lordship, so glad to have you. So glad for you to come to my humble abode. You must be so weary from the road. Come.
Let's go along.
Yes. So at the very least, you are probably whisked away to, a morning tea, a brunch perhaps.
Yes.
Brunch.
As you go by, though, you guys do note that her house guard is the only officially chartered all Iron Demon mercenary company, the Hellions. And Inos, as you're walking along, you're probably dismounting Onyx to, go in for brunch drinks. Sadly, the mimosa has not been invented yet. But we do have cocktails, actually.
Become
I saw
the
this
pioneer.
earlier. It was actually it's
don't take-
widely
I believe
credited
we-
that Francis Drake invented the first cocktail.
I believe we technically don't have oranges yet.
No, we got oranges. I don't think we have like champagne
Looks
as
some kind of
champagne.
citrus.
Well, no, oranges are from because I think we've established we haven't found like the South
No.
American
Oranges
equivalent.
are found on the Cauldron and I believe in Celticy. We don't have any native oranges growing here, but we can import oranges.
Okay,
Yeah, you don't have oranges in time, but you should have access to.
I'm
to
confused
citrus.
with how
There's
geography works.
oranges are the orange tree is a pretty broad plant.
Oh, it is now, but it
Lemons
was.
for
I
sure.
believe it is
If you have
a
limes.
Central
The
American.
orange is a crossbreed.
Well, yeah, no.
Also,
if
no,
we're being
oranges are
actual
not Central
factual,
American.
oranges are a fucking hybrid thing over over hundreds of years of fucking crossbreeding.
I believe the citruses that originate the orange, though, are like Central and East Asia.
What was it, like the pomelo
Originally.
or something?
It's pomelos and mandarin oranges.
But they spread out a lot.
Pomelo, where are pomelos from?
You have access to a variety of citruses. But no, I was gonna say, like I said, Enos, as you're getting down, you hear a booming voice. Cousin!
Enos will whip around at the voice.
Ah, it's so good to see you guys. It's your actual cousin.
Ah!
Literally your cousin.
What?
Sard Ast clan, known as the Nail,
The nail. Literal
gives you a
cuz.
predator forearm shake.
Hey,
Probably hurts your bones.
cuz, hey. I'm sorry, I know that, but we're just doing a lot of cuz, hey, cuz.
It's the senior
I
actual
mean, that's
you're
how
like,
that's
"Oh,
how he is.
fuck."
He's like, "Oh, it's good to see you." Ah.
I'm assuming that he's part of the Hellion, the Hellions.
Yes.
Eh? Okay.
He actually says, well, Uncle said you were having so much fun. I decided to come down here myself. I believe it or not, slaps his shoulder where he's got a slightly different colored pauldron. Can you believe it? They made me captain.
I want to make a joke at his expense. It's all like,
Go for it. You jest?
no, I don't. Well, I only need jest if I only need jest if I like don't have it on hand. But it's all like, Major Captain, huh? Sorry, I got this. Major Captain, huh? All the good ones must have already died.
He ruffles your hair.
No, but no.
He's probably half a head taller than you.
Probably. What is he like? Body? I'm assuming he's probably like body 4 or 5. I bet he's a big dude.
Yeah, he's a for Iron Demons, he's a bigger boy.
Yeah.
Broad-shouldered.
No, I kid, guys. No, that's good. It's like, he looks around. Looks around. How long you been captain? I know I haven't been around in a hot minute, but
Well, actually, I was only promoted this month.
oh,
Or last month, actually. What's the calendar here? You know me. I'm not good with the human calendars.
Enos kind of weighs it off, but it's like,
Give me a solid hourglass of sand.
Yeah, no fair.
But it's it's like, oh, I'm good to see you. Actually, I'm about to head up the mountain, go see the family. And it's like,
Says, it's good.
Enos, kind of looks left and right and is like, leans in. Anything I should know about before I go up? I don't like being surprised.
This, he kind of, I imagine that your cousin has, he has to have, slightly curled mustache, very pointy goatee.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of strokes his goatee and says, there's a few things. I left a while ago with some new boys to join the Hellions because there's good money here. You make good money. You see new people. And you find interesting things. But also, kind of, strokes his beard and says, "Well, back home, there's a group of some newer lads and lasses. They don't really have a name yet, but there's some opinions, And ever since that stuff happened, you're not as popular back home as you'd like. I know.
Enos just kind of sighs at that.
But there are some who, for most of them back there, what you say, it go in one ear, come out the other ear. It's like talking to a stone. But there's a couple who heard the sort of things you said a few years ago, and when it comes out of their head, it's coming out backwards, So there's a couple of young people, and I'll tell you to watch out for one of them. Jankora, Eliklan. He's with a circle of violence. Young guard, but he's got a small gang with him. They're pushing for this sort of they call it Iron Demons first, but I would say it's more Iron Kindred only, if you know what I mean. We should not have let the humans, mine in the mountains or cut the pine trees from the slopes, even though Cousin, do you use pine tree for anything?
That's like, it's all like, I mean, it's like, it's a pretty sturdy. What makes a fine, tables, desk, and chairs? But
True. But when was the last time you built a table in the Dragon's Eye? Out of pine.
Inos chuckles at that, and no, you are correct. We don't.
They're heavy. You don't want to haul logs up the mountain.
No.
If you wanted to buy a complete table, you can just buy a table. He points out literally there's a, Carpenter's Guild furniture store right there, where probably there are a couple of like Iron Demon tourists looking at some like, I want to say some like rocking chairs or something. Kind of like
I bet Demon's like, hell yeah. It's like, but Enos, kind of sighs and pinches the nose of his, pinches the bridge of his nose. It's all like, I was a fool those years. I said many things I probably should not have.
Well, who isn't the fool when we're young, huh? And like I said, some of those old princes up there, he, does a gesture, points at one ear, and then with his other hand points at the other ear, He gets a little more serious and he says, actually, cousin, that's why I came down the mountain myself. I decided I didn't want to be one of those Iron Kindred who sits up there and, just nods and strokes his beard when people below say what the lowlands are like. I wanted to see for myself. And I tell you, the beer here is much better.
Oh. That's all like, and trust me, cuz there's a lot more where they came from. I swear the men will make anything alcoholic if they can get away with it.
Oh, don't. Oh, what's the phrase? Don't scare me with a good time.
Oh, I'm probably not going to be home for long, but I'll probably see if I can at least get an audience. Well, I'll speak to my father about what he has to say about it, and I do need to speak with the Prince of Treachery if they'll see me. Don't know if that will happen, but I'll make an attempt. I must feel like these upstarts are somewhat my problem. I need to try to talk some sense into them. And if I can't talk,
Well, if they're not your problem, you are their problem. He kind of shakes his head from side to side. I'm still on call for a while here, but there's some boys who have got some, what's the human word? Vacation time saved up. They've got some leave. If you need a couple of burly boys to help you carry all your stuff back up the mountain.
I was like, we didn't actually bring that much, but Enos gonna be like, you know what? I think I could use a few burly lads to help me up the mountain.
And it's just smash cuts of them carrying Inos up the mountain.
No.
I mean, they can actually do that. I haven't got to the part where I described going up the mountain, but no, there are both human and Iron Kindred porters to help you go up because I think the only pack animal you can take up that high is a pack mule.
Yeah, donkey.
Or a goat.
I've never heard of a pack goat in my life.
Pack goat.
You might get some mountain oxen, but that's more of on the northern side of the mountains, like Cragward.
Yeah, I don't think this is cold enough for yaks to be a thing. That's
but yeah,
high.
Sard probably runs you by some shops because while you linger at the back of the crew, because there are a wide variety of, like I said, Iron Demon imports. So if anybody wants to pick up their Iron Demon brand tchotchkes, fine woolen and mountain linen rugs, carpets, scarves, traveling cloaks, etc. The mountains are cold. Like I said, many fine forms of footwear, from soft calfskin sandals, which is the preferred way to go around Iron Demon style, to hardy steel-nailed work boots.
Listen, you only got to you stub your toe once. You just go never again.
And jewelry and gems of all sizes and needs, overflow from the watchful eyes of the local militiamen and guards like the Hellions. But there's also, things like mountain cleansing powders, black glass made from volcanic sand and the like, and even Jennifer, gin, root beer.
Two things that would be on my wish list, or shopping list, rather. You said they are things they have things made out of volcanic glass?
Yes.
Would there
both
be
actual obsidian and a kind of like actually like kiln forged glass, which is black?
Would there be any like, what's the best way to phrase it? Like any kind of like saw or sharpened tool made out of volcanic glass?
They probably have some. I mean, it would basically be like the equivalent of a scalpel, like a surgical knife.
Yeah, I'm looking for a scalpel and a bone, a scalpel and a bone saw.
Probably don't have a bone saw. You'd probably have to ask for that. I don't know if they would.
Okay, I'll ask for that. I'll see if we can find that when we're. I'll see if we can find that when we're visiting Nicola's folks.
But yeah, definitely like either surgical grade blades or like hunting, flensing kind of knives, for game and stuff.
It would definitely be surgical because I believe obsidian, because of how we don't technically have the technology to sharpen metal in the way that we do in modern world, obsidian is the sharpest, finest blade we can produce right now.
Yeah, obsidian naps down to only a few microns wide.
Yeah.
It's not actually literally monomolecular, but it's very, very tiny. Probably to note here as well, the main square, in addition to the Mayor's Manor and the various shops and guild halls I've described, is also where the largest church in Drakesborough is located, which is a temple to Dea Tacita called Our Lady Grandest of Mothers.
Yeah.
It is actually a funerary temple with extensive catacombs that are backed into the mountain, but in general, it is a spiritual hub for iron demons who live or visit, and does serve as a hall of healing and alms for refugees, and has a large number of penitents here. And there is a very tiny selection of students of soulcraft who study under priests and visiting magisters from the Silver Tower. It's a little old and a little like plain exteriored.
Mm-hmm.
Interior, there's probably quite a lot of like decorative votive items donated by iron demons, but the original structure is pretty simple, but it's very solid stone and windows of black stained glass.
Rad.
Opposite, there is a newer but more modest white plaster and marble framed temple to Hydrus with windows and spires to catch the sunlight.
Equal but opposite. I love it.
Yeah. All in all, just to kind of describe the general vibe of the culture. There's a lot of different things going on here. You guys wander around. You kind of feel like the difference between like the a like chevalier and a landsknecht is very narrow. Like nobles are here, but they visit kind of on equal footing and respect to the iron demon travelers, who are just as important part of the economy as patrons of the arts and merchants and the actual merchants with the goods.
Mm-hmm.
Rich merchants, live here permanently, but it doesn't quite have the sort of like seedy aspect that a place like Brinton does. That was a major hub for the smuggling ring.
Mm-hmm.
There's occasional brawls or duels in there, but people are usually pretty early. What's up?
Do they have a rookery in town?
What?
Somewhere I can send messages.
What?
I mean, yeah, you'd have an office of the post.
Okay, I need to go do that. Because I need to send word back to the house to keep appraised of our goings on.
I mean,
I'm gonna be real. Nicola's kind of right. Like,
We can't just fuck off for and not tell people. I'm mailing it Lady Ek and Lady Cressida, or not Lady Ek. Konrad, what's your mom's name?
Maha.
Masha.
It took me a second
Sure.
too. I was like, brain.
Lady Ek's sister.
Just think of gold member.
Yeah.
Ella falla. Ella malla.
Well, no,
Basically,
technically he is right. Like originally, this like
I'm
detour
informing
was
your mothers.
technically Enos was
only
just coming
been
up
like
here
a
to go
week.
up the mountain, and y'all came. We didn't really talk about that. I realize.
Yeah, no, we didn't tell anyone we went to the Fogveil before we went, except for the people
everyone knew
at
we went.
the Silver Tower.
No, we know we went.
Yeah, no,
get
people
that.
know we went
If
to
you
investigate
went there.
the Silver Tower, but no one knew how long it'd be, and we got back. And
No, but no one knew we went to the Fogveil.
Also, wouldn't we have like gone
I don't
past
actually know if
Stonehearth
you
to
did
get back
right
here
back
any
home to let
to
them
get
know
to get
about
back here anyway?
We did
considering
not.
like
No,
Which
this
is
is
why
on the
I'm
western
right.
side.
Also, I'm not asking anyone's permission to do this. I'm going and writing them.
no, I'm not stopping you. I'm just going like, yeah, technically, no, we didn't. We haven't really been keeping people appraised. Sending a note back
I
to
believe
Stone.
you did previously establish because you did
Oh, I
send
know. Right, we
word to
ran over there.
Conti. Conti's also supposed to be waiting for you here. He's probably in got a
Yeah,
tavern or something
no.
or a lodge.
No.
Okay.
Some of us went to
Wait,
stay in
why?
Lady Maja's good graces.
What are you talking about? My mother only has good graces.
She also has Jess, which makes me laugh.
I mean, yes, it would.
I got Loth with it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Now the town's pretty
but-
orderly, like I said. There's a few like songs in the air. You know, mostly you hear work songs coming out of big bellows or other work halls. You might hear some musicians on the street. A few calls to cadence. People speak in a mixture of Crownish, Old Northish songs and even some deep speak tunes. Buildings are usually wooden townhomes or bunkhouses, but there's plenty of rustic wooden cabins and workshops. Your Iron Demon residents do prefer stone. There are many low recessed pit houses of stone, brick, plaster, or cement, and some have homes of pure earthenwork, even dug into the side of the mountain, which are called dugouts, or sometimes even just called holes. Local cuisine, which you might eat, includes smoked sausage, fish, pudding, both sweet and savory, beet-rooted meat stews, goat's cheese, some herbal mountain teas, ironwort, fennel, and elderberry are popular, locally brewed beer, and probably many varieties of rye bread and oatmeal.
Ooh, rye.
The town has a lot of incense or potpourri burning going because naturally the whole town kind of has an undercurrent of brimstone, sulfur, coal smoke, and pine resin.
Those are pretty strong smells now that I think about it.
Yeah, so you need some like I said, you burn some incense and some other stuff to kind of cover that. Sorry, yes, you guys are kind of idling. What would you want to know?
Let's see. Konrad would probably stop by the gunsmith, see what they're up to.
These are mostly for hunting, so it's blunderbusses, some kind of like lighter arquebuses, probably even a few. They're the more expensive pieces, but even a few rifled muskets for your really long range shooting.
Okay. He'll just still talk shop a little bit, but then join the group again before they get to the inn. So.
Yes, and I assume that you guys are gonna saunify. Let me actually check. Yeah, you probably arrive in the morning. So I assume Inos still wants to be present for checking in with Conti.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just let you know the general mountain vibes. There's pretty decent way up to go to the track. It's very well marked and walked. Difficulties can be handled with mountain guides, bridges, pavers, etc. In winter, there can be blocked passages with heavy snowfall, and spring rains sometimes bring mudslides or rockfalls, but otherwise it's very well walked. If you set out, in the morning, and you have a sturdy donkey or a pack mule, you can make it up to the eye before lunch, weather permitting. Most common hike's about 2 leagues long, so it can take you a couple hours. If you want to take a scenic or slower route, it can be as long as like a 12-hour hike. But obviously, you would probably take a pretty direct route. But so, you guys check in with Conti. Head to a local inn. He's sitting at a table, of course, waves you over, takes off his hat. Come, my friends.
See?
All right, pull up some chairs.
Yeah, pull some chairs, have a seat, order a drink.
Sit on down.
Order some sausages.
Signals to the bar to bring over. Conte does not make a big deal of identifying Leslok as the Marquess. He just says, "Hey, drinks and some food for my friends." Yeah, you made it. You are intact. Good. Bread? Pass it.
Microsoft.
My music box. It's gone rogue.
I hate it when that happens.
I don't know why, but the sound of a phone notification really kills Loth every time.
I like the mental image that in this setting, it's just a bird flying through a window with meshes making that noise.
Anyway, okay,
Bird just opens its mouth.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I'm losing the plot now. We gotta get back.
Sorry.
I'm fading.
Yeah, no, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Let's speed through
So
this.
you
Let's
guys,
speed
you
through
guys
No,
all sit.
it's our fault.
Well, I don't know if we're going to speed through because we're going to do exposition. But previously, you dispatched Conti to investigate the Pitchstone Plains and ask about the Corbwood.
Yes.
Right, yes.
So he makes sure you guys have some food and drink, and he explains after like I said, greeting you and being like, I'm glad you're alive. Good. All right. I've dusted off my old traveling shoes, and I have a few things that I would like to speak with you. The Pitchstone Plains are southwest of here. As you know, they're between House Emir and House Paddock. The region is mostly just rolling plains and low hills, rock, moss, lichen. Not really enough soil. He reaches into his inner like pocket of like his jerkin or his coat and pulls out a pumice stone, kind of flicks it on the table to y'all. The rock is occasionally mined here for pumice stones, which have a variety of uses. Cleaning skin, cleaning clothes. It's a remarkable rock. Carry one with you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
There's also volcanic glass, the pitchstone the plains are named for. The mining guild has found a few small veins of gold and lead. And the ground is also a good source of alum, which is also used in a variety of processes. But not, as I said, not much farming or ranching. But they are sometimes known as the smoking plains because the deeper reaches, the inner parts of the plains, have sinkholes, volcanic springs, which are boiling hot or burn the flesh, and mud pots with a hot slurry and volcanic fumes. Folk tales will often relate stories of the burning plain, the pitchstone plain, the smoking plain. And some try to explain how it got that way. A handful of stories I heard is that the plains were once a nest for dragons, but the fire dancers or the torchbearer himself drove them out, and their spilled blood heated the land. Another common urban legend I have heard, Kanti does actually address this to Inos, is that they say that there was an iron demon who leaped all the way from the peak of the Dragon's Eye. And to catch him, the Umbra Queen herself made a boiling lake of mud and lava, which obviously has cooled. I do not know if that one is true.
Sorry, I'm just all like, I don't know if an iron demon would survive falling into a burning lake of oil and mud. That's pretty hot.
I mean,
me,
realistically,
landing.
even if she made it, soft and boily, you wouldn't survive jumping off the peak of the Dragon's Eye. Never mind that's probably a few dozen or more miles from.
Yeah, no, I'm trying. I know
It's a
legends are
classic
weird
tall
and stuff,
tale.
but it's like it's so weird. It's such a weird one. Just like,
I mean, like,
Hey,
Is that
baby, it's a
back then we did-
classic tall tale.
is that back when we didn't think gravity was a thing?
Oh,
mean,
it's
you
not
all
that we
understand
didn't.
gravity is a thing.
No, okay.
Maybe they use
Actually,
the catapult.
we've always known that gravity existed. It's just no one knew the exact name for it. Like,
Okay, fair. The sense of
If you
weight.
throw
I mean,
something
as far
up,
back
it
as
comes
the ancient
down.
Greek philosophers, we've had the name gravity because that's the Aristotelian four-element system. Water and earth have a principle called gravity. They sink.
it's like if you
Fire
ask
and air have
someone from
levitate,
then,
they
like,
rise.
why do we gravity? They'll go, I don't know.
Well, because heavy things sink. Duh. Another
It's gonna astronauts have
legend
heavy
is that
boots.
says that paints the land as being holy and cursed in equal measure. It is said that the goddess of fire summoned her calamity of flames in miniature to destroy a tribe which disrespected her faithful.
Oh.
I do not know. I do not know if I would call it cursed, but by all accounts, it is unpleasant to go to the inner. If you wish to find a lake of fire, you will have to go to that inner area, and you will need to pay some diggers or porters, probably well, to do so. But the region has been that way for many a century. Now the cordwood kind of, shifts, lean forwards. It's only been a few days, but I have gotten a few stories. I visited Rookledge, and Lord Emir has offered his finest scribes and scholars to comb through and transcribe the old records and have them sent to Stonehearth. That will take them some time, of course.
Mm-hmm.
The region, though, has always been very strong in production of lumber, pine conifers, and other stuff. They also produce a large amount of pine resin, pine tar, and charcoal. This means that they have a long history in fuel, medicine, and other byproducts for production, but also in art. I do recall seeing in Rookledge there were several charcoal paintings and drawings, which are very ancient, going back even before the Covenant.
Oh.
So they used charcoal this way, even back then. Culturally, I would say, using my keen bard's ears, kind of tickles the lobe of one of his ears, there are two cultures at home in the region we call the Cordwood, under House Emir. The actual Cordlanders are the wood folk. They live in small settlements, some of which are very isolated. They're in the wood itself. They are hunters, trappers, fur traders, woodsmen, lumberjacks, charcoal burners. All the trades you would expect. They keep mostly to themselves, but they pay their taxes on time when they make such profits. And I know Lord Emir keeps handfuls of them on hands as scouts, hunters, and the like. They know the woods very well. The region has a strong background in herbalism and herbal medicine, and there are some suspicions of Paganos activity, and there are rumors of ghosts or fairies deep in the woods. The most common thing I've heard of, and even seen a few examples, is the locals will hang up these odd crow-like effigies. Mostly they're just wicker birds. You kind of, describes kind of an effigy of like a bundle of wicker inside a circle that is kind of bound together to resemble a bird with its wings spread. But sometimes they are actually decorated with bones and feathers. The locals say they are meant to drive away ill fortune, kind of like a scarecrow, but holds up a sketch of a wicker crow.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's on them.
The other culture is the Clearlanders. They live in the low hills and plains where the forest was cut back or never grew. Most of them come from tribes and cultures all over Teine. They came when the rest of the Teine men came, and they are come from equestrian families. There are many rich houses and family names here who keep ranches of sheep, cattle, horses. It's a very solid source of meat, wool, and leather, and breed many fine draft and pack animals. Should you wish to acquire a fine mule or donkey to go up the mountain, you will find many of them are bred from those stocks. They also train hawks and pigeons for messaging, and do breed war horses. As I said, there are handfuls of equestrians among them. Well, they are not all highborn. Many of them are from a more noble or military bearing. So, I would not say they are a less insular and suspicious folk, but they tend to be better educated, more religious. The upper classes, many of them are born from classic equestrian families with chivalric codes, even if they themselves are not knights. And even the common-born people are hardworking, courteous, church-minded folks. Also, excellent dog breeders. Hounds, terriers, sheepdogs, of course. Both groups have many legends and rumors of the classic stories. The Mother Tree, which you have asked me to investigate, and more than a few have the stories of the Crow Men or the Crow-Headed Men. But these are mostly distant fairy tales. Carvings, paintings, that sort of thing. If there are ruins, stones, or other religious sites, they would be very deep in the forest, where men do not go normally. That would probably require a direct survey, my lord.
Okay.
Fun.
Inos just gives a
You want
pensive
Want to give it a try?
I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Conti puts his hat to his chest, bows to you slightly, and says, "Very well, I believe I have done my due diligence. Is there anything you wish to ask of me, your lordship? Or perhaps we shall retain the while away."
I'm like it.
You're saying?
It doesn't sound like we are going to ask him anything
No, I'm fine.
since everyone's
questions.
quiet.
Well, he said to your lordship, so that he was specifically asking Leslok, but Leslok says he doesn't think anything. So it's like, all right. Then your illustrious tutor shall remain until such time as we return to Stonehearth.
Thank you.
What was the first one?
About what time is it?
It's probably a little before lunch.
How long does it take to climb to Dragon's Eye? Oh, climb up to the Dragon's Eye?
Oh, only a few hours. It's like fastest route is probably like 4 to 6-ish.
Okay, yeah, no. So if we head out just about after lunch, we might get there.
It's late. It's late spring.
Yeah.
We could say it's late spring.
Yeah.
So you should have a decent amount of light,
Okay.
Yes,
especially
down
at this
the
northern
road.
latitude.
Down
Down the road.
Moving on along.
Inos is going to turn to Aurelia and mention that she should probably have a fairly hearty lunch because we're going to be climbing the mountain later. And if she wants to go through the awakening ceremony, that also includes a ritual fasting. So probably be skipping breakfast and dinner tomorrow. I mean dinner and breakfast. Bleh.
It's fine. We figured out the order.
Yeah. That's all. Like her journey to the underworld begins when she, starts climbing the mountain.
Fair enough.
That was such good timing.
But Inos will also turn to Alestra and
Oh, did I get disconnected?
maybe. Inos will turn to Alestra and offer, if she wants to, she can come along with this journey as well. Not to be attuned, but just to have the experience, if she wants. It is not only in the brightest light that knowledge may be found.
Are we invited?
It's like, do you want to go trapezing under a mountain with no light sources to say of, while I basically prattle you in deep speak on the mysteries of Dea Tacita and death?
Waiting for him to say yes.
I more meant to the Dragon's Eye, but
Well, it's like, there's nothing stopping you from going to the Dragon's Eye. It's like,
There's a public road.
it is a public road.
You can already be a good
Enough.
time, but I'd rather stay and not make it a political issue.
Like I said, if the Marquess
A wise
goes,
choice, my lord.
yes, if the Marquess goes up there, then it becomes an official visit, and it'll be a very different vibe. If there's anything that you wish for me to look for you or grab for you, I'd be more than happy to do so.
no. Okay. Basically, I would wonder. Would it be known if any Iron Demons have any talent in alchemy?
Not usually.
Okay. Then
I will say it's
will-
not unheard of. It's very unusual for a kindred to display sorcery that is not associated with their patron deity.
very fair enough. Then I will ask Lucky if he would be so kind as to pick me up an obsidian bone saw.
Obsidian bone saw.
Yep, to make surgery easier.
I'm gonna say right now, an obsidian bone saw you probably don't want, because bone saws require sawing motions, and obsidian, while it is very sharp, is also very frangible. So any form of resistance.
No, that's
on
actually a good point.
Yeah, any sort of
Yeah.
back and forth motion on it is more likely to cause that shit to chip.
Okay, never mind then.
Obsidian scalpels, though.
No, obsidian scalpel that just makes like a single line. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But bone saws, that's back and forth with teeth. That's not good.
That's very fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned it, performing surgery with a makuitel is not something that would be a good
Listen,
idea.
it's very sharp, but
Yeah.
you don't actually saw that way.
No.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point.
You wouldn't have to give your
Alestra is
your
perfectly
patron
fine to
flowers.
go because she's, interested in
pass out
expanding her
in theater.
knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I would also say, when you talk about this, or at least when you have that commentary with Nicola, Moira kind of folds her arms and says, "Well, I don't know about walking in the dark," but she, nods to Aurelia. If she's going, I'll go up the mountain.
Fair. No, I will take. I will entrust that Alestra will be well protected under your care. Sorry, I will trust, not I will entrust. Wrong verbiage.
Actually, off the top of my head, what dangers can usually be found under the Dragon's Eye, if any? Bone devils, of course, but
Usually it's bone devils. There's a few other kinds of more esoteric devils which may have guarded the underworld you might find, but I guess that
anything-
really depends on how deep you're planning on going.
We're not going that deep.
No, you just want to find somewhere that's pitch dark. I mean, there's, of a wide variety of funny, monstrum. There are, supposed to be, devils with the head of oxen. There's fiery devils. There's icy devils. There's Kerberoy, we've mentioned before, a dog with 3 heads.
It's like... Inos will mention that while he's calling it a journey to the underworld, we're not actually going to the underworld. We're actually... It's a lot of ritual fasting, lecturing, and, like, how long is this spell? Hang on.
I would hope not. I don't generally think the fair lady is prone to letting the gates open.
It's 7 hours, so I'm assuming that like when we actually like get to the top, start our walk, we're gonna spend like 3 hours walking, then just turn around, 3.5 hour walking, turn around and walk back. Or we go actually no, we'll probably go 7 hours because then Alestra will awaken and she can find her own way back. I messed up Alestra.
Aurelia.
Aurelia.
Yes.
I was like, "God
You know my pain.
yeah. So no, it's like he's traveling for like 7 hours, probably not gonna get that
Alestra
deep.
will just cast True Seeing.
Yeah. Or she can hold Enos' hands, whichever works. But yeah, so it'll be 7 hours, a 7-hour journey. At some point, it'll probably take most of the day, and then stuff. Yes, if anyone would like,
imagining that. Sorry, you're gonna say, would anyone like to go up to the Dragon's Eye?
yeah. Or if they would like Enos to grab anything from the Dragon's Eye.
Yes.
How long are you planning on? You're just going up and going back?
Probably be gone a day.
Be gone a day.
Yeah,
Whole spiritual journey.
I'll probably wait till we do like an official visit thing eventually.
Yeah, you probably will want to make a state visit at some point, but this is what Enos is trying to avoid with Leslok not going. Conti mentioned it, that like...
No.
Like, I'm curious.
Nicola
either,
probably
but, like,
would
I'd
normally do
rather-
the thing, but he's just fucking tired.
But it's like me just existing in a place has meaning. So it's like
Yes.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you're the main character.
More meaning. Everyone has meaning.
Well, he has political
He's saying
meaning.
that just if he stands somewhere, that can be interpreted as a political statement.
Yeah,
Most of you are
that
allowed
was
to just kind
Konrad
of loiter.
responding. So
Yeah, no.
So I'm just gonna spend time in the sauna, and if you guys need anything, come just visit, I guess.
You know what? Lucas will join you in the sauna.
Wonderful.
I'm probably actually going to visit with.
Ah, my eye!
Oh no, Konrad's been Loger's been attacked.
That's not even
no.
the other L name.
I know.
Yep. Okay. Can I just want to send Nicola into a pit right now. I just want to throw him.
I didn't Nicola
That's
did
not
nothing.
Nicola, that's
This
Dallas.
is Dallas.
I know, but if I give Nicola, that's on
Sadly,
That
it
is-
doesn't work that way.
Sorry, I just
It's,
walked over.
it's not, if you die in the game, you die in real life. That doesn't happen.
No, I want both of you to assume I don't have like 15 backup characters.
Welcome to Raid Online.
Man, we're having a weird day.
We really
Okay,
are.
all right.
Anyway,
Jesus,
what I was going to say, what I was
I
going
do
to
want to say,
say,
I have a
wait,
note
please.
to say before you guys depart to go up the mountain,
Gotcha.
which is that Katu did want to tell probably Leslok and the others that, because you have at least mentioned this before, that he has noted that the Venator Company, a mercenary company commanded by Sir Herman Krieger, former Cavalier to 1 League for Gogi, is in town.
Oh,
Yeah, I was going to
business here.
visit. I was going to visit with the oh god, what are the names? My brain is goop because of the heat.
I'll see him on
The
the way
mercenary company.
Yeah,
Not
he
the one
used
you
to be,
just
Aliens?
mentioned. Yeah. Just kind of
He
like
had-
learn like talk to them, see if they're willing to chat. Like just try and learn more about the culture of Iron Demons from someone who isn't Enos.
That's fair. There's plenty of them to go around.
Because I feel like I've picked Enos's brain over the 10 years I've known him.
I'm gonna
Maybe
say
even more.
I don't know if you have because you actually haven't asked me anything, so I don't know what you're trying to learn.
True. I haven't asked you in character, but I would have assumed Nicola would have asked you in. Nicola is not a shy person when it comes to learning things, so he would have asked you when you were like Bobby. Whether you would have known anything and told him anything is a different story. But yeah, no, I want to mingle with the Iron Demons.
There's quite a lot of them around. Like I said, there's several circles are present. Merchants, priests, soldiers. Like I said, the guards keep their time. So yeah, you can speak around. How much deep speak do you have?
I have one in Deep Speak. I have it written in my notes. He speaks Deep Speak not very well in a broken, heavy accent.
Donde está biblioteca?
Basically, yes, no. Probably not that level of bad because I've at least put effort into trying to learn it, but definitely oh, you've only been doing this for like a year.
Well, luckily, if I did actually make you roll, you roll your language pool plus their here pool
Oh,
to see if they understand. But I won't make you it because most of the Iron Demons who are here in Drakesborough speak at least a little bit of Crownish, if we're not fluent. So, but being multilingual, you guys can make yourself understood. But if you give some traditional greetings in Deep Speak, some of them probably
yes.
have a little chuckle at your expense.
I probably have like, hey, how are you? Good to see you. Down pat. And then anything beyond that, it's like, oh god, this is where hard. What verb? What conjugation? Fuck. Yeah,
But yes,
no.
in that case, let's go up the mountain,
Yeah.
and we can cut back to L and L in the sauna if we need to later.
James and James.
It really be like that, huh?
So, Team Mountain, I believe, is Inos, Konrad, Aurelia, Alestra, Moira.
Carmen's coming?
Everybody else going?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Konrad said it. So
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
I also know he's playing. Yes, he did say something actually when you asked.
Okay.
But you guys head up. So the path is pretty well marked. There's stone-cut steps. There's gravel pavement, spread in some places, and even trails that are just dirt are kept well cleared of rocks and branches and the like. If you're on foot and you want to make the shorter version of the journey, that means you're gonna have to do several ascents which is written in my notes as accents, but I know that the correct word is ascent. I've got me.
Yeah, don't worry.
But there are going to be rope and chain claw climbs, maybe some short rock wall climbs, and even a few suspension bridges over ravines. But and I assume you want to take the shortest path.
Yeah.
So I won't make you roll climb, but there's a little bit of climbing involved. Luckily, if you have any problems, let's just say there's a couple. Sard has sent a couple of his junior lads, who's they've been down the mountain probably around a month or so, and it's time to go back up, check in with their family, that kind of stuff. Spend a little of their jingle.
Mm-hmm.
So the sorry, it's not putting it. I was going to say next is along the way there are a series of stone markers with ancient relief carvings which mark every so many miles you travel.
Oh, okay.
It is one of those things of like, before all this unified shit, every culture had a slightly different marker of distance, so I don't actually know what the, Iron Demon unit of distance is. But every so many of those, there's a stone marker. Also note that while you are going to the settlement, which is called the Dragon's Eye, that is technically the name of the crater, the caldera.
Yeah.
The mountain itself is known as Drakehofti, the Dragon's Head, because it is actually made up of several volcanic peaks. And there's a series of, craters and tunnels connected to the rest of the mountain range. Most of the slopes that you pass, you can see, mining or some terraced farms for, like, alpine berries and nuts. There's juniper, dwarf pines, currants. On the lower slopes, there are even some hardy strains of, cold weather apples or plums. And the eye itself is a very large caldera with steep walls. So if you want to get in the bowl, there's two ways. And I know that Inos has a Master Die and Climb, but I also know that Inos is not a athletics type boy. So I suspect the way you'll get in is you'll probably go through one of the tunnels at the base. Because the other way is to go the switchbacks and ropeways up to the lip and down.
Nah.
No shell surfing?
No, not this way. Like I said, it's a very, big, tall caldera with high walls. On the outside, ringing it, there are a series of 9 enormous statue reliefs worked into the outer wall of the cliff face.
Rad.
Each of them is kind of like, think of them, like very much like ancient Egyptian, or even like the stone Buddha type carvings. They're in the rock of the mountain, and they are a series of figures of presumably iron demons. Each of them is holding like a different tool. Like one has a hook sword, one has a set of scales. One is holding like a tablet, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You guys pass through the tunnel. The tunnels, into the bowl are well carved. Some of them are probably like made out of natural lava tubes when this place was active.
Mm-hmm.
There are probably sconces with burning braziers every so far so that you can see. And there's a decent spread of afternoon light coming in. Entrances to the tunnels. You would see their series of the local guards. They're iron warriors. So these guys are wearing like full heavy iron or steel plate mail. Big helms to shape around the horns. Tall like gorget for neck and shoulders. And they are armed with polearms, which would be called the guisarm or the volk in Crownish. The deep speak name translates literally to dagger axe, but like it's either just a big bill hook or a bill hook and a spike. Some of them are carrying old-fashioned fire lances, but it looks like the blunderbuss or the arquebus are becoming increasingly common. Their version of sidearms is they're carrying hook swords, like Auduvall type blades, or sickle-shaped daggers. If you don't want to fire a gun, because you don't want to do that inside a tunnel most of the time, though fire lances and blunderbusses are very effective in enclosed spaces. But these guys, are door guards. They're usually carrying small javelins, balanced kind of like tri-bladed throwing daggers, or even not quite a bola, but like short chain length with 2 weights on either end, which can be used to bind up stray livestock. Just because sometimes you don't want to shoot a gun at someone. Whip a chain at him. So you guys pass through.
Konrad would stop briefly to give like whoever's leading the guards like an Iron Demon salute before continuing on.
Yeah, actually, I thought about this. I'm pretty sure because of enclosed spaces, Iron Demons probably have to go for the fist over heart.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Because you've got horns, you can't really do the classic, the storm salute.
Yep.
And God knows we're not gonna do what the fucking adder salute is with the 2 arms and the nod. Whatever the hell those guys do. I guess there's twin adders, which is why they do that, but it's definitely the goofiest salute. But yeah, so they kind of respond in kind. There's no guarantees that these particular guards know you guys by sight, but Inos Astaklan is known. Konrad. Actually, that's an interesting word. They probably would just call you Logi Clan of Clan Logi.
Yep.
Is known as well. So you guys are observed but unchallenged because you are guests approaching of normal standing.
Mm-hmm.
So walking into the bowl is very spacious. The Caldera Bowl itself is probably as large as a decently sized city.
Rad.
Most of the space is taken with warm, soft volcanic sand. So even now, as you guys are kind of like, because even though you're at a higher altitude, and it's like probably mid-afternoon by now since you set it after lunch, or maybe even late afternoon, the sand has retained the day's warmth.
Yeah.
In the northern side of the crater, there's the lowest point of the sand actually has become a very small caldera lake of exceptionally pure mountain spring water. There's not a lot of structures actually built inside the bowl, though there are some shelters because a lot of it has been converted into kind of like pens and pastures for small collections of bighorn sheep and mountain goats. They don't mind sitting on the sand. They've got some shelters for them, but you can shuffle them out, feed them with bales of hay and that kind of stuff. The sand can be used for soaps, glass, and other materials. It retains heat very well because it's open, so it keeps you warm. Even in winter, if it catches sunlight, it can stay warm. There are some places that are kind of almost more like brush or swept flat and kind of like more packed, which are like very large public assembly areas. If you ever needed to give a big Iron Demon speech, you could probably, pile everybody into the bowl. Iron Demons, to kind of, recap everything. Obviously, most of you, the 2-player characters here, would know all this ahead of time because you've been here before. But, this is, like I said, our first on-screen appearance. The Iron Demons here usually live and work in one of 2 areas. The first is inside the cliff walls that rise above the bowl. There are numerous caverns, both natural and cut, going up and down its faces. Some of these were once large and spacious enough to have served as dragon dens. This is the Dragon Spike Mountains. And honestly, as you guys get a closer look at them, because this is your first time being back here since you guys visited Weirwind Keep, Weirwind had, dug into the ground and like a soft depression with walls that were carved out to stable like cavalry dragons. Some of the caves in the Dragon's Eye Bowl do actually look like that. So, these were probably once home to dragons. Others are like, if you're a broke-ass neat Iron Demon, you can afford like a tiny like wall niche, like a small alcove, or technically would be called a cell for like a single occupant.
You have a leaf in the wall.
Yeah.
Get a coffin.
You know, if you can pack
That's
it
a
and
slang
sleep it,
term.
probably, yeah. So the interior spaces mix stone benches, tables, and beds cut from rock itself. You can, carve stone to form small pools for water. You can take hearths to keep heat and light. There are actual forms of furniture, which can be assembled from wrought iron, delicate gold, silver, or petrified alpine wood. I think we've talked about this before, Lucky, but I imagine that the Iron Demons are a culture where almost every surface that can be is covered by elegant rugs and carpets.
Yep.
Like, bare stone is hard and can get quite cool if you let it cool, but it stays warm if you keep it warm, so rugs, blankets, that kind of thing. Woven rugs of mountain flax or wool, lots of animal furs. You guys do probably mount some like solid doors, like on hinges occasionally of wood or iron, but a lot of day-to-day privacy is just accomplished with screens and curtains.
Yeah.
There are like rock cut ladders and steps, but also if you live and can afford it, sort of thing, food, water, and other supplies can be delivered to the higher levels up the surface of the bowl with series of chain-driven dumbwaiters and lifts. Nothing automatic, but there's a lot you can do with chains and counterweights. Or your items can be delivered by porters from the Circle of the Sullen, which is raw labor. So, in general, the Iron Demons, kind of doled out living space as needed. If you're a young person who's just like setting out to live on your own, either you live in a very small apartment, like we said, like a coffin, or you sleep in a large bunkhouse with a lot of bunkmates.
Mm-hmm.
But family units rate larger apartments. Lighting, by the way, is accomplished by a series of mirrors. If it's the sun's out, you can do a lot with mirror work. Or braziers full of burning coals and incense, and increasingly imported oil lamps.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, let me see where I actually jot that down. Yes, Inos, your family home, the current quarters for the Prince of Greed, is a set of apartments in the cliff face. It's a couple levels up, but it's positioned directly above some work caverns, which are at ground level.
Mm-hmm.
Where a lot of classic forging and other workmanship does.
Okay.
So if you want to pop in to see the fam, we can describe that more. Let's see. Yeah, caves near the ground level are the largest. Those are reserved for dorms of various circles or for workspaces. So there are, all along the ground level of the bowl, there are, huge open caverns, which show forges, kilns for ceramics and glass, huge kitchens, waves of weavers' looms and the like. Like, you can walk by a cavern that's just filled with dozens of Iron Demons working to, weave these delicate rugs. Now, always need more rugs.
More rugs.
Some of these, hook up with the living spaces through like back tunnels and caves or stairwells that go below to the tunnels below. Others kind of look like what can be resembled a market district. Craftsmen either have small stalls or kind of just like have a cave with like a stone carved countertop that they're working out of. Shelves in the back, and they'll trade you a wide variety of items.
There's more burgers in there.
Dallas.
That's very loud.
Right.
I didn't realize there's a rug gif. Yes, many fine rugs.
Many fine rugs.
So, you can exchange for goods either using barter or pounds, which are just standard units of money. minted on gold, silver, or copper ingots.
Yeah.
Basically, the way I understand, the way I think this works, I won't say the Iron Demons are necessarily like a commune, but I think the pound is pretty highly keyed to like exchange for ephemerals. The princes are allowed to mint and hold so many money units, which you distribute to labor or in exchange for services. So you work 8 hours crushing rocks in the mine. You don't have anything to like barter with that, so you get paid a handful of pounds that you can make sure to trade to somebody from the Circle of Gluttony to get some extra food so you can make porridge back in your coffin apartment.
Yeah.
And there are communal spaces. The pounds basically work as a way to like marker for value of work so that people can exchange them for various goods and services and get food. But there are communal foods as well, if you want to just catch a meal. Lots of spaces are kind of like, work is divided up by circle and by craft. So you'll see iron workers kind of clustered together, glass workers and ceramics workers clustered together, etc.
Yeah.
Now, not that you guys are going right now, but if you go below, that's the second set of living spaces. The tunnels, like actually inside the mountain, stairwells, angled tunnels, interspersed with reinforced stone chambers, both natural and dug out. And these are basically kind of like resolved to do whatever work or is needed when they're expanded on. So there are more forges down there, lots of big bunk spaces, communal rooms for meeting, training, various entertainments there. Lots and lots and lots of storage rooms. You can get a lot done with a subterranean storage chamber, a cellar. And also the tunnels below terminate in many work faces for mines where they dig out stone, clay, deposits of demon fire, gems and metals, etc., which are slowly, the mines are slowly dug out and converted into new chambers. And so you are here.
So we are here. Well, no time like the present. Let's first go check in with the family.
All right. Oh, you don't need to
Good.
shift tabs.
Been a while since I've seen them.
Yes. Me on my end. Make sure, because I got these names down. Oops. No, don't cut. Make sure. Notes for Inos' family I've got are there. So, Inos, you tread, probably at the front of your little party, tread the familiar steps up. There's probably a couple of, passing, I guess you'd almost say like clerks and clerks of the Circle of Greed who kind of just, are walking with fistfuls of wax tablets.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like nod, let you pass on the stairs.
Yep. Nods.
Because this is for the Prince of Greed, this is a reasonably sized apartment, very, very decent space. So you've got basically like a stone foyer, like opened up onto the cliffside. So there's a large, almost like stone cut porch or front garden. You are facing east, so it captures the morning light. Now it's kind of in shadow because it's afternoon.
Yeah.
And then, more towards the back, there are spaces for dining, living, working, but, catches fresh air. You're going to kind of announce yourself as you stroll in, or?
Yes.
All right. Then probably first to appear are your sisters, Cinna, Lapis.
Yeah.
They hear your voice and, rush out from the back, passing through a curtain. Hugs.
Yes.
handshakes, all that kind of thing, but also a little bit of, like, oh, big brother, did you bring us anything? Hmm?
No.
Anything shiny? Not shiny.
It's like, Inos, will you know, feign, I can't think of the emotion right now. Hurt. Right now it's all like, well, actually, he's gonna feign hurt, and then he's like, wait, have the gifts? Didn't I just send everyone a gift of clothes, books, and foods? Have they not arrived? Or is that just not enough for you greedy little imps?
Oh, of course your gifts have arrived, but wonder if you brought anything.
Loth is
My
going
brother
nuts.
didn't bring anything. Maybe.
Sorry.
I have
check
all-
over in other mobile game chat. You can
I
see
have
what
all
I'm...
muted right now, so when I don't see Loth send something, I can only assume he's yelling about horse.
Yes.
Becoming an actual
Onyx
horse
busts
racer.
into the sauna, kicks Logesh down the mountain.
I didn't bet on you.
Oh man, I need to
My
close
money!
Onyx
I need to
activates his
close- I need to close
laser
Twitter.
eyes.
I need to close Twitter.
Iron Demon laser eyes.
Okay. Sorry.
Space
Anyway, yeah,
Rippers
no.
trying to get
so,
my- I'm
you know,
trying to get my
there's a
head in
little
the
bit of
game.
teasing of the sisters.
Yes.
They probably turn to be like, God, the dropkick. Well, if Inos didn't bring us anything, maybe cousin Konrad, and go over to, greet Konrad. Smiles, tails swish, batting of eyelashes.
Man, I thought you were gonna grill Inos a bit more first.
Oh, but he said,
shit.
he did send. They instantly pivot to, oh, well, he did send things ahead. It's so impersonal to send things ahead, but he's so very busy.
I have no resistance.
Yeah, no.
Konrad pulls out the big, traveling case that he brought with, and will open it up with the various gifts he had brought for all the Iron Demons. You each get to pick one.
Mm.
They have to go around for everyone.
Yes, what sort of things have you got? Let's remember.
It's just various cultural pieces of jewelry from other locations of Trichrone, like not from New Orleans. Not that expensive, but like all displaying a different
Yeah, you
type
have
of
a variety of little accessories. They probably pick up some like maybe something from around where you got House Whitestone, like some polished, wooden beaded bracelets with a few bits of amber in them.
Ooh, excuse me.
Oh, so pretty.
You enjoy them.
It's like,
So they'll pick through and they'll eventually pick something.
it's like, all right, my greedy yet beautiful sisters. Enough pestering for trinkets. Where's mother and father?
Father is in his study. Mother is cooking right now. And you can probably, smell wafting out of behind the back curtain where you've got some kitchens.
Of course. But before that, introductions. Lapis, Senna, I'd like to make some introductions. Make your introductions. This, and we'll make introductions of Alestra, Aurelia, and Mora. He will use Logi clan. And said, what is Mora's last name?
Degen is her family name.
Yeah.
The name of a sword maker.
Yeah. And you say more Degen clan. And we'll, briefly, say they're taking a journey tomorrow, but, just stopping in.
I imagine there's probably a little bit of posturing here. Your sisters try and size up
Mm-hmm.
cousin Aurelia a little. Aurelia used to being the younger sister herself. Just kind of I feel like blocks in her arms and is like, "Oh, I didn't get you anything." Oh, cousin, woe is us. You have come so far. You do not bring gifts. And Aurelia does her own. I feel like there's sister to sister communication here. She does her own pivot of just like, oh, Conrad's gift counts as mine. Just like, take that responsibility, shift it.
Let's pick this up and push it somewhere else.
That's all like, oh. But, once again, faints. It's like, oh, sisters, your words, they wound me so. Why not next time I come by, I'll have something twice. No, 3 times is great to make up for this. All right?
They kind of like turn and beaming, and they start to the classic refrain of like, really, but there's actually a noise from the back, and it is your mother, Karana. She steps out from the curtain to the back to the kitchen and dining area and says, "Oh, little Inos, you spoil them. You should not promise so.
That's
You
like,
say it will be 3 times better, and then when you return, they will be sad that it's not 5 times." She holds up 5 fingers.
it's like, Enos
Now,
shrug.
come here. Let me get a look at you. Your mother kind of gestures you to come over.
Enos will dutifully, stand before his mother.
I don't know what kind of kitchen implement she's holding, but I imagine she's holding something. She looks you up and down. You got any? I think all your shock damage is healed, right?
It should be healed by now.
Yeah, it's been several days.
Like,
don't think
I
you
haven't
remember
made
to
any
roll,
vigor
but you-
rolls or anything, but unless I botch them all, I think I only had like 1 shock in the head.
Yeah. You've probably got some new, slightly lightish red skin.
Yeah.
Where your cut and your bruising has been healing. But nothing like a blackened eye or anything.
No.
She kind of looks you up and down. Well, you have been bathing and grooming regularly. But you look like you should eat better. They do not feed you enough at the bottom of the mountain, Inos.
Oh, they feed me plenty, mother. Trust me. There's sometimes too much to eat.
She smiles over to Konrad and says, "Oh, I do not think young Konrad thinks so.
Hey, what are
He
these
could be
behind?
bigger.
You are much taller than I last year. Come."
It's good to see you again. I'll give her a polite hug.
Yes. I think the Iron Demons are. There are people who can be very mysterious, but I think when you're as good as family, Enos has been fostered with you as well. You can offer a polite hug, like
Yeah.
you would to a favorite aunt.
Yeah.
Recall, of course, that Enos's father, the Prince of Greed, Maliki, is a sworn brother of House Logi. So
Yeah.
It's like,
come inside. She'll take you through one of the beaded curtains to you probably, like I said, have like a sitting area. There's like a hearth that can be lit to keep this warm. Some stone carved tables and chairs to sit.
Enos will gesture for, Aurelia and Alestra to sit and, turn to his mother and going to explain the situation. that he has. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. Is that he has continued the path of his soulcraft and has taken upon students to impart his own knowledge, and he'll be taking one said students, Aurelia, underground for a quick journey to the underworld, so that she may become.
She kind of nods along. You're to remind everybody else, because Inos knows, but Karana is she's a member of the Circle Heresy, so she is a priestess.
Mhm.
She was probably your first tutor with Soulcraft. I don't know. Would you imagine that? Because again, hey, I don't have stats. We have a very big backlog of stats. Would you imagine that she is also like a full caster, for lack of a better term, or is it more of
No, she's definitely a full caster.
Okay, yeah. So she is herself attuned and has a breadth. So yeah, she probably kind of like nods along.
Mm-hmm.
Was probably helpful to Inos himself for his own attunement.
Yes.
So yeah, she kind of like nods along and is like, very well, very well. Will you begin fasting this evening or in the morning?
This evening.
And I will only... Slight pause, side eye at Konrad. I would only call up food for some extra portions.
Konrad grins.
She probably, calls into the kitchen area where, like I said, I don't imagine that, like, we've only met him a few times, but I don't imagine that even though he is called the Prince of Greed, Maliki is the kind of guy to like stand on ceremony. He's not like surrounded by like servants and underlings at all times, but he is a prince, so as a courtesy, he can command and certainly can pay for a couple of extra hands around. So there's probably some porters and assistant cooks who, come help out your mother because she's got her own duties to manage. So, somebody runs off to get some extra food because Konrad's here.
Yeah.
Local food, by the way, involves a wide variety of things. Flatbread made with barley is served with almost every meal.
Yeah.
So there's probably some, barley bread, crunchy crackers. You can add it with, kind of cured fish or a sweet berry paste.
Ooh. I don't know why I'm saying it. I ain't probably eating. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, you're skipping. It's a terrible shame. You can smell your mother's making a stew with hearty mountain vegetables, maybe a little extra goat. Throwing some extra cave crab in there.
No food for you.
But you can drink.
Yes.
So there's, fresh spring water. There's probably, fresh chilled goat milk if you want.
Mm-hmm. Inos will just
which also fermented into cheeses and yogurts.
Inos will just probably stick with spring water.
There's also herbal tea, and I was thinking about this. I imagine that probably where Inos picked up his original like of red leaf fruit. I think the Aren demons do probably have a stimulant type tea or coffee, but it's made from brewed mushrooms and moss, so the effect is similar. The taste is almost completely earthy, though.
Ah, okay.
Kind of like a mushroom. Because boy, howdy, it can get cold, and the nights can get long. It's very dark up here in winter. You guys don't actually care much about the darkness, but
I think we care enough that we like to see things in color. Color is nice.
Yeah. Color and depth perception is cool, and also night is cold. So when night long, cold long. So yeah, I'm just hearty mushroom teas. You guys ferment a great gin because that's juniper berries, baby.
Yeah.
Sadly, I do not think you guys have invented tonic water yet.
Oh no,
because that was a folk cure for malaria, carbonated water.
Well, anyway, Inos will let everyone get settled in, and is gonna go find his father in the study.
All right. So your father's old study, he has a private work area. he's got kind of a like back stairwell down to the lower caverns.
Mhm.
So he doesn't need to have like guys coming up through your front door for work orders and the like. He has some workbenches. He has a large stone slab desk where you can keep the kind of desktop clutter you'd expect: rolls of tools, several styluses, series of weights and measures. He's got stacks of wax tablets for writing or crossing out notes, work orders, etc. And I like to imagine that Malachi's study is also dotted on the stone cut shelves and counters with just all kinds of odds and ends that Inos has sent.
Yes.
Like anytime you found a weird thing that you want your dad to see, you've sent it home, and he keeps most of them here in his office.
Yeah, this is the best. I love this.
So you probably see several of the items for the most recent trip, and probably some past ones. Like he probably has a couple of music boxes,
Clocks.
Maybe even like a globe in here.
No, definitely sent things like clocks, lamps, just interesting things like amber. You probably would have got some amber at some point. It's like, check this shit out.
Yeah,
This
there's
came from
some
a tree!
collections of amber. There's probably some different
Look at it.
petrified woods.
Yeah.
And lots of different art examples from like the other islands. Probably like some brass ewer for pouring water, or maybe like a brass oil lamp from like Celticy.
Maybe a little like glass figurine from the same area.
Yeah.
Not totally.
Some knuckle bones and ox shoulders from like Tron for divination, that kind of stuff. But when I imagine that your father has like a lamp lit, and he's got actually some very, we've described him before. Malachi is kind of he's also big and tall and broad for an iron demon, but he has a certain air about him. I also imagine that he has a long strokable goatee. But he's kind of sitting in like a loose tunic wrap, but he has a set of very, very tiny silver rimmed spectacles on.
Yeah.
He's kind of staring at a wax tablet. He rises when you come in. He knows my boy. Hugs.
Yep, father hugs. Hearty clasps. It's been too long, father.
Yes. It has been since the Marquess was appointed.
Oh,
So
that
you
was...
have been across the big salt.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the start of spring 1.
Yeah. Yes, and I have been busy ever since.
He, puts a big old hand on your shoulder, kind of squeezes it reassuringly, and he gestures towards his office and says, I tried to warn you, my son, but you have found what your father has discovered. The reward for good work is more work.
Inos just kind of, how do I say this? Kind of nods and sighs along. It's like, yes, the saying I find the older I get, the more wisdom I find. And that also I find the older I get, the more foolish the things I did before seem to be.
He kind of with a mock sort of alarm crosses his face and says, "Oh my goodness, you are becoming so mature, my son."
Inos,
wisdom.
Inos scoffs at that, and it's just like, well, you think you have a great idea, and then when you actually try to put it into practice, it just kind of falls to pieces around you. That's, I don't know if I would call wisdom, of just realizing that some things just don't work.
Your father gets a little more serious and, kind of gestures to come sit opposite him on the desk and says, nods along and says, "No, you do not think it, but that is wisdom. Anyone can be sharp-witted, intelligent, which you and many other young people are. Wisdom is knowing how to use that knowledge. As you say, you plan, you make a thing, it breaks. What do? You keep the broken thing? No. You build a new thing. He gestures to like a roll of tools on his desk.
Oh. But I heard from oh shit.
Your cousin Sard?
Yeah, I heard from cousin Sard down at the bottom of the mountain. He says there's some young folks maybe got some weird ideas, and it might have been a little bit of my fault when I was more foolish.
Father kind of, purses his lips and says, Sard is good people, yes. He's heard some things. There are a few around here who are... Oof. Well, I'll say it this way. Well, many of us were affected by the loss of the Leofric. He was a good man. He was a good friend, both to me personally and our people. And you did say some things and do some things which some around here have not appreciated. As your father and as the Prince of Greed, I took it as it was. A young man's rash expression of grief and concern at the world. As you say, you've learned from these things. You know, things in this world cannot get done with just talk. You must, he waggles a stylus. We must spend time speaking, talking, writing, watching, and occasionally get our hands dirty. So there are a few opinions going around. There are some princes who pay it no mind, as they do with every young new idea. We must simply remain here in the land that is sacred to us and do things as we have always done, dedicated to our greatest of mothers. Various religious hand gesturing,
Inos joins in religious hand gesturing.
Like kiss your hand, touch the stone or something.
Very Italian.
The Iron Demons have a few different vibes, but I imagine that they are quite dedicated in their devotion because before the calamity, they were a kindred who were very directly involved in their god's business. Their patronage was very direct. They were, they lived and worked in the underworld. So they a lot of them keep the faith pretty tightly. I myself have always been open to trade, to shared ideas, shared wealth, shared benefits with the men who are kindred to us as well below. And of course, even abroad. We've been making some very great strides trading with the Aetir on the northern slopes. Very fine cuts of oxen meat, new wools. Has a hand, waves away the thought. You are not here to hear about your father's business practices. But as I say, I believe that you and I are of what would be considered a more moderate mindset. Some might even say progressive. But, he kind of glances towards the caves below, looks at his pile of work orders. But despite how some would say, and I know that there are strange occurrences going below that you have asked about, harsh winters, famines, unrest, that sort of thing, but the population of iron demons grows every year. We do not shrink. But carving new caves is hard. It's slow going. Our people need some place to go. And there are some who are packed into those caves below who think that perhaps... Well, I can only say how I hear it, as Marakir Astklan, the Prince of Greed. They think that perhaps our agreements, our alliances with the House of Logi and the Teine should maybe have been done in a different order. That we should not have given away rights to log the slopes of the mountains that we live in and to dig in the caves where we do not dig so easily. To trade for things like meat and fish and wheat. I'm sure Sard has mentioned some of them by name. I do not care to learn all their names, but that is a matter for circles of fraud, violence, that sort of thing. But they themselves come from many circles. The sullen, the violent, the fraudulent. They think that we should have, put ourselves first. We should never have opened our borders so easily that you and your friends could stroll on into the bowl right there like this. Should have kept stronger territorial power.
Inos, just kind of sighs at that. He's definitely silent for a moment after that as he thinks on that.
Maliki kind of, makes a consoling gesture and says, I do not think that your words alone are the cause of this. You said things to young people that makes them think, but some of them, he kind of pauses to chew over the words. Some of them say the same words, but with a different mouth. You know?
I understand, but...
And I will say, you should be cautious. I do not think any of them are of a bloody mindset, but there are some among those who push for Iron Demons first, who do not think so highly of you. Spending your time, so far away, working directly with. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way.
Thank you. No. Inos looks, a little lost for a second as he's digesting this, and he's like, Father, I wish I had a simple answer of what to do about this right now, but I don't. He kind of throws his hands
Luckily,
up.
my boy, you do not require an answer. He kind of, points, right at the center of your chest and says, you are Inos. You are my son. You are of my clan. Some days you purport to be of my circle. He says this with a little jocularity in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
But you have also been fostered below. You have spent time among men. You live in their houses. You speak their tongue. You work their crafts. You are considered, in some way, a peer among them. Well, you are not, ranked very highly. I do believe that Master of Ceremonies is officially appointed by the Marquess. This is what I have spent my time to secure. Trade of ideas and thoughts and hearts between our people. And I have spent enough time on this world to know that what those out there, makes a broad gesture out to the bowl, whether they think it in a old-fashioned way or they think it in a newfangled way, I do not believe our people can stand alone with closed hearts. The mountain is tall, but it is also very cold. But you are your own man. You are not responsible for every little thing. Leave issues of people rabbling rows, agitating, to those who matter. It is their business. Think of the. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Did I hit up? Yes, I did post the names for all the different princes.
Yeah.
Let's see, which one's fraud? Which is kind of like, internal affairs, laws, and disagreements between Iron Demons. Leave it to Inju. That's his business. Actually, I gave a gender there. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me double check. I don't
you just
remember whether
misgender
Inju
them?
was a masculine or feminine name. Like, some of these I know for sure. Solon is male. Zumara is female. Abnato, I believe, is female. I think Alten is masculine. Oh, Inju is feminine. Sorry. Leave that to Miss Inju. Now, you did not come here just to sit at your father's desk and share some of the burdens on your shoulders.
No, actually, I actually came to make an inquiry. You did hear of the king's request for a delegation. It's like I was wondering if you had spoken to the Prince of I temporarily forgot.
Treachery is
Treachery.
diplomacy.
It's treachery.
Yeah, the Prince
Yes,
of
more of it.
Treachery on what they plan to do about that, if anything.
More valid.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of leaving matters to those who it is their responsibility, yes, your letters have been received. And since it has been several months you have been here, in case you have forgotten, the Prince of Treachery's apartments are quartered right above the tunnel which you walked in. And she also keeps all of our pigeons and rooks for messages. So yes, the Prince of Treachery, again, has kind of an apartment that is a little smaller, a little out of the way, but she actually has it set with kind of like a stone cut grate, literally facing the inner bowl right above the main entrance tunnel, so she can see everyone who comes and goes. And the upper level does have a rookery for bird mail, so yes, your messages have been passed along. I believe the prince is considering it very highly in her thoughts these days. Not just the matter of a delegation for this summer court, but also that the High King of Men is asking for information and connection with all the kindred is very vital to her circle. I believe it is foremost in her thoughts.
All right. Well, as long as she's not seeming to be dismissive of it, I will leave it be then. Yes, I'll just leave it be.
Your father kind of nods sagely.
Mm-hmm.
He will not leave this be.
But other than that, sorry, I'm trying to think here if there's anything he actually wants us to speak with his father about. No, he'll probably just generally catch up with his father at this point.
He lets you know how stuff is going, early spring production.
Mm-hmm.
Probably he's had some of the craftsmen look at some of the, the items you distributed.
Yeah.
Like you sent up, I think, like a fondue pot and other stuff. So some of the ceramics crafters are, looking at that sort of thing. A vessel for the slow melting of cheese with which you can dip your meats. Fascinating. Yeah, I don't know if you want to talk about it with your father, but there was a discussion of, since you were coming up here, to see what you can see from the Iron Demon records of things.
Yes.
That would probably be primarily the realm of the Circle of Heresy. The Circle of Fraud also probably keeps some records that are equivalent of like the, common law enforcements,
Yeah.
dealings, like I said, between Iron Demons. But a lot of your educational type history would be Heresy, who would handle that amongst religious studies as well. Excuse me, I have a fondue pot gift.
Yeah.
I have those tiny little fondue forks. All right,
But-
yes. Some of you then probably have a pleasant evening meal at Enos's place.
Yeah. After the
There's
meal.
guest quarters. Inos, you have your old room, of course.
Cool.
But yes, after meal.
After meal, Enos will speak to his mother about maybe some old records and stuff. Let's see. What did I specifically? Yes. No.
And stuff. It's like corks and stuff.
Corks and stuff.
Sorry.
Did I write it down properly?
Oh well, what I've got is particularly wanted to check in about what the Iron Demons remember about the War of the 13.
Yes.
Were you also going to look at records about the Iron Demon's first contact with the tribes?
Yeah, no, I just said speak to the Iron Demons about ancient tribes pre-Covenant. Also, I wanted to ask about the soul-eating dragon.
Yes, Corpse Eater Mythodeer.
Yeah, but I believe that was it.
Your
I'm
mother
sorry, I
calls
am
it.
like not functioning on the brain level right now.
It's okay. We're having a weird one.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude,
despite
I
we've
am,
had some
like,
very good role playing and
seeing
education
so
and stuff,
much
but we have
color.
had some goof ass moments. Goofy type role playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm imagining the way Iron Demons keep records. Your ancient most way of writing. Well, first of all, actually, I should say I thought of an interesting thing. I imagine that Deep Speak is probably a character based language that's very like orderly and blocky, so that it's easy whether it's carved, raised on a relief, or etched into like a tablet.
Mhm.
You can read it not only by low light but also by feel.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense.
So kind of like, orderly series of lines, so you can very distinctly tell what letters things are. But the common form would be hardened clay or stone tablets. You guys have adapted the wax tablet for reusable writing for a while. This means that most of those records, because you've only got as big of as you have on a tablet to store it, are kind of simplified, to the point, shorter form. A lot of your more elaborate stuff would be kept through oral history, but obviously that's going to go through, the telephone game. Your people have had access to manuscript technology for at least a couple hundred years, but the mountain air is not great for parchment
Probably not, no.
because it's volcanic. There's a little bit of sulfur and acid in the air. You got to keep things very cool and dry. And you're transcribing entirely by candlelight, which is what human scribes do too, but it's still not great. You probably, or rather, I should say, if Inos hasn't sent, Malachi has probably acquired a couple of printing presses. So your people are familiar with the printing press, but it's a newfangled thing. I unfortunately imagine that while the Iron Demons are very, very big in art crafts, because they can live to be twice as long as humans. Some of them are probably very slow to change their ways.
Mm.
So it's an interesting novelty, but it isn't the kind of thing where, like, you know, you've blocked out a whole cavern for like printing presses or print shops. So transmission of information still runs mostly by, like I said, by reusable wax tablets. Very, very important records may be kept in soul stones, which are, you know, usually very durable crystals or stones, which are ensorcelled to carry information. That's scribe the soul, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, your mother thinks and says, well, if you do not mind studying by candle, we could always go down to the main temple and examine. I believe I remember what section of our records those relevant tablets are kept in. I admit it's not a very popular subject of history, my son.
Inos just kind of shrugs and is just like, I don't know, like, fuck, man, I do not have the brain today. I can't put words together, like, at all. Inos will basically say something to the effect that even if it's not popular, he needs to figure out what he can.
She kind of nods along.
That's it.
Right,
Lucky's
well,
not role-playing anymore today. It's all gonna just be general fucking statements.
Okay.
Fucking...
I work with this.
I can't function.
He needs some mushroom tea in real life.
I do need something in real life.
I mean, do you want to take a second? I'm still kind of want to see if Leslok and Logesh have anything to say at the sauna.
Yeah, no. Can we take a break? Can we go back to sauna team for a while? Lucky's got to step
wait,
away.
wait. But Loth is deafened right now, so I don't think he can.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I was looking at my notes. I haven't tabbed back yet. Fuck. He's dying. We can still
Loth's
cut
still
away
here.
for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Go back to sauna town. See if you're doing anything down there. But I genuinely need a goddamn moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Go drink
go
some
for it.
orange juice.
But that is what I am here for. That is what Inos is there for. That is what we are all here for. We are here to help pick you up, to help you be the leader we all believe and know that you can be. And I will police the hell out of our own lands to make sure that we can make Leofric proud. And even though this is a fucking sauna, Logesh will be going down to his knee with head down, of course.
I guess the
In deference. Those are some big thumbs ups.
I got 2 likes.
They're they're big when I post.
You were all fucking brain dead today. Sorry.
We're having.
I feel like Leslok is smiling, but just like gestures for you to like go back to sitting. It's like, especially because it's
Good, yeah, the floor doesn't feel comfortable.
yeah, just not here.
With that out of the way, I'm going to enjoy this time we have to relax. And he's gonna fucking promptly fall asleep.
Falls asleep in the sauna.
You know,
Please make sure you drag him out or wake him up.
Everham won't let you like stay in here too long.
Yeah. Everhelm will
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be
throw the cold
responsible.
water in your face or something when it's time to go.
Leslok's just gonna lay back a little bit, and he's like, you know what? I was gonna miss the chance to call him like the big family mooch for like a few days once we got back, but it wasn't that worth it.
Can't do it anymore.
Crosses it, shifts his legs around and says, "Oh well. At least you and I will remember."
It'll be funny for that 1 second.
That 1 millisecond before you see Logesh's expression and go, "Ah, shit."
I'm just imagining that Everhelm kind of looks up at the steam of the ceiling and says, "I wonder what Inos is doing."
Doing.
Camera ratchet up. Camera, ratchets up.
We go through
flies into the mountain.
No, what are you talking about? The heat
go through
waves.
tunnels.
The heat waves get stronger, and then it just kind of flashes over to Inos.
We just do a crossfade through the steam.
Yeah.
Anyway,
is it an internal
Inos is basically going to speak to his family, let everyone get comfortable, and then he's going to run down to the temple and try and peruse their records.
All right. Yes.
Like we could try to salvage the role play, but nah.
That's fine. We don't need to keep the vibe. You're okay. I understand where your family's at. Where is my?
It's good stuff done.
The actual.
Oh, I do want to say I am super appreciative that Omega actually followed through with my caring yet bratty sisters. I'm like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted.
Like I said, I think I pick up on your vibes.
You got gifts?
I think I know what your family
next
relationship
question.
is like.
No, it was excellent. It made me happy.
Okay. God, did I actually? Sorry, I'm pretty sure I wrote down what the description of the temple was like somewhere, but I can't find out where it is actually in my notes. Basically, I imagine it's kind of on the north side. It's next to the Caldera Lake. Kind of like how there were, 9 big statue reliefs facing out on the outer wall. I imagine that like the actual like entrance to your main temple area, there is another, large stone carved relief of Dea Tacita, like just in the wall. And so the temple is kind of, below her, reclining figure. Yes, here we go. The Circle of Heresy is based out of a large shrine carved in the living stone of the bull, opposite the entrance tunnel. So all of you would have seen the statue as you walk in,
Mm-hmm.
Here there are daily priests handle daily tasks of spirituality and faith, but also, caring for the young and the sick. Like I said, the Circle of Heresy also does a lot of your general educating. Also, I did, as usual, come up with my food notes, even though you're fasting. Like I said, flatbread. Breakfast, it can be a smoked sausage and bacon of salted pork or mutton. Flat cakes of oatmeal or barley flour, which can be covered with imported honey, sweet sea chap, or a syrup of berries. So flapjacks. I think the most common food that you just eat all the time is basically called rock cake, because they are made with oatmeal, barley, and rye, and as opposed to white flour, and are just kind of a thick, uneven. They're a little lumpy, but they taste good. Maybe sugar and butter, and flavored with a little bit of like, leafier like spices. Like, you can shave something like a mint or like wild garlic or onion over there. Some chives type stuff. Or a little bit of sweetness from candied citrus or raisins. Good boy, howdy. You can dry some raisins in this climate. Those grapes will shrivel.
People like grapes.
Your preferred drink, like I said, is fresh water or a beer that is fermented from a cave root that has a sweet medicinal taste and a mild alcohol content, because you do not want to get smashed on a mountain. It's a very bad idea to get dropped down dead-ass drunk when some of you live in cliffside caves. It still probably occasionally happens where somebody will, like, get drunk and take a tumble down the cliffside, but it's very rare. Don't do it. But so, so you check in. Actually, no, you don't have lore, so.
No.
Student of history?
I'm pretty sure I have that. Let me double check.
I know you have student of religion, but that's not entirely applicable.
Man,
Hang on.
I may just have that roll to.
I am so equipped to just chew through a fucking library. What the hell?
No, I do not have student of history. I just have student
thing.
of religion and student espionage. Son of a bitch. Student of history was on my list, but it's not yet.
Scrutinize?
I do have scrutinize, yes. 3. I have 3 ranks.
Yeah, roll scrutinize to comb the shelves.
I will.
Otherwise, I would have NPCs roll and see what they fucking dug up for you, but it's probably early evening, so, you take an oil lamp and just, get in there and look. Because, like I said, the stone and clay, hardened clay slabs are just, like, on racks. 7s. Okay, and 8s.
Yeah.
I fucking perked up. I'm like, why do I hear dice? Because that's a new feature.
No, that's we just have on a soundboard. We just have.
Yeah, we just have the sound of dice. I could also make that sound happen.
Oh, God, no.
I don't know. It might be a little too much when we all are rolling.
Yeah, I have D1. Well, luckily D1's not of the VC, so it doesn't have access. Thank God.
Be like when there's the divine skeletal death blast.
Divine skeleton death blast.
That one should
okay, hold on. Is that a soundboard, or is that someone actually just sipping and being picked up? I can't tell.
No, that's just me sipping my hot-ass coffee as I'm trying to be...
Lucky.
Lucky's drinking coffee.
That is lucky.
It was so consistently the same sound.
Lucky has very foliable sips. He has a perfect sound library sip. Anyway. Blah, 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 blah.
Simple.
What the fuck?
I tried to sip, but it didn't.
Oh, he tried and he messed up.
I was laughing while doing it.
Critical failure on the sip. Okay, so the detailed notes I have, because they are more detailed and are not turbo ancient. Your people's records about the War of the 13. They generally are very to the point, short, and factual.
Okay.
According to the slabs you pull, once upon a time there was a hold established your northernmost hold of your people ever, Davenast. So this was, a separate holding dug into the mountains, right on the fringes of Viltur territory. Your northernmost outpost. It was around for roughly 100 years before the war, which isn't even a full generation by Iron Kindred standards.
Mhm.
They were working in the, I think I said the northern mountain range was the Dragon's Breath range, which is kind of like the northern fork of the Dragon Spike. So, working and mining for alum, gold, and various crystals, various crystalline minerals.
Mm-hmm.
According to the records of the time, just general records of the time, and this is in my notes, your people are tend to be very hardy versus diseases that affect humans. So the Iron Demons were relatively unaffected by the plague of Red Death. And so during the period of plague and famine, they kept their doors open as good neighbors.
Okay.
But not those good neighbors, the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the records, the Holt was attacked in a night raid by 13 knights bearing the coats of House Viltur, using runic sorcery. The listed casualties are believed to be some 30 or 40 odd kindred, which would have been about a sixth of the Holt population.
Oh, geez.
Only a couple hundred people. The conversation is not recorded, but witness reports do say, like, it was a night raid, but they did not try to enter via treachery or anything. They spoke to and were challenged by the door guards before entering, but what they actually said was not recorded. Casualties did include the clan heads in the Holt, because they stood to the last with some of the more. Sorry, my headphones glitched a little. But they were standing in defense of some of the artifacts in the hold, because it was reported after that many of the hold's records, religious texts, quite a few of their soul stones, they would have had, were gone, and several members of the Circle of Heresy were missing rather than they're outright reported dead.
Okay.
So unknown if they were just directly kidnapped or they got lost. But busted in, scooped up a lot of stuff, left. The then Prince of Treachery contacted their allies in House Logi. This is in separate documents. Formal complaints were lodged with House Viltur and the High King, but obviously messages were severely delayed by quarantine rules due to the plague.
Mm-hmm.
The records report that there are rumors that the princes of violence and fraud launched retaliatory raids against the Fogmen using the means of something called the Hidden Stare, but there are no actual records of this, so there are no written orders of this happening.
The Hidden Stairs.
Yes, Hidden Stare. When House Viltur engaged in turn in hostile activity against House Logi, the Teinemen, were called to respond in kind, and they invited the Iron Kindred to join their alliance to march with them. The current Prince of Violence at the time was Zulmat of the Vin clan, and led a large cadre of Iron Warriors into the fight. Probably one of the biggest musters of your people they've ever had. And they advanced with the main force of the Norland Alliance all the way to the Field of Scorn, the Battle of Stone Fools. It was said that the Prince of Violence, Zulmat, was particularly wrathful because it was some of her own kin slain at Davenast, so she took to the field personally.
Oh.
And was felled in combat with Chief Eldiarn Ironhide, leader of the Clan of Giant Blades, which was a mountainkin Aetir.
Oh.
Who were allies of House Viltur. So yes, Viltur fought not only with rune knights and men-at-arms, but had several giant clans living in their lands who fought with them.
Interesting.
Oh, damn.
because the Prince of Violence was killed, the remaining princes. Yeah, you rolled scrutinize to find this out. I could have you roll empathy, but I'll be like, no, you rolled a sense skill for this. Reading between the lines, little Inos, the princes don't want us write in the tablet. We were a little freaked out and didn't know what to do. But basically, the equivalent of like the princes not knowing where to turn next. Went to the mountain. They invoked the rite of calamity. They spoke to the soul of the mountain, now known as Mother's Tears, and the Night of Fire occurred as a result. This brought disarray to the remaining Vilter forces, destroyed the northern reaches of the Fogveil, and, according to the records, shrouded those lands in smoke for 77 years.
Jeez.
Just to reiterate a bit so I understand. The person leading the actual war front was killed, so they had no one to actually lead the war on their end. So it's like,
Yes, the
Plan
Prince
C!
of the circle of violence is responsible for protection and warfare. So was bereft of that leadership. Again, the exact casualty numbers are not reported, probably because I don't want to. Obviously the other princes intend for it to catch any friendly fire, but retreating from a region, a province that is currently on fire from a magical volcano is probably not easy. So the exact numbers, are hard to calculate, but you guys are of the impression, based on the histories you read at the Silver Tower, and obviously Inos now reading these records, the Battle of Stone Fools was considered pretty pitched. Like, it was, right outside the gates of Torknock, so it was every remaining, able-bodied defender in the Fogveil versus the entire bulk of the Norlon Alliance, and it basically ended up a stalemate. Basically, everybody notable from House Vilter died, but the Norlon Alliance also suffered severe casualties as well. And so, like I said, included at least one Iron Demon Prince, and as a result, the remaining princes were like, well, let's go down the flowchart. Prince of Violence is dead. What do we do next? Invoke the Rite of Calamity? After the war, the remaining Norlish houses declared the land closed. They spoke to the High King and said, we are closing this province. The borders are sealed. And not wishing to remain vulnerable, the remaining princes commanded that the Iron Kindred be withdrawn from the more far-flung holts to concentrate around the Dragon's Eye. So it actually sounds like, Enos, your people had a little bit of a bigger network of settlements. But after the result of the war, the princes recalled everybody. For sure wanted to make sure no more holts were past what would be the borders of the Fogveil and concentrated a little closer.
So if we're being somewhat technical, it could be said that there was probably Iron Demons in the Fogveil beforehand.
Yes, there would have been some in the mountains, which it would have been debatable, whether their borders were inside Vilter's territory or Crag, etc.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you used to have a northernmost outpost, and your own records probably refer to it as the crime of trying to steal sorcery. Again, reading between the lines, it sounds like the Rune Knights showed up to the nearest Iron Demon Holt, which was, your people's farthest flung holding, and were like, give me all of your spell books. We don't have those. We have some cool rocks. And they're like, okay, your rocks are ours. And the Iron Demons did try to go through, like I said, normal routes. The Prince of Treachery was like, called up their allies and were like, hey, these guys, this was clearly an attack. This is clearly a violation of our agreement of terms. And House Logi was like, you are correct. We shall let the High King know post haste. Bad news, friends. The capital is closed. There's a quarantine. You got to wait 4 weeks before we can actually give a message to the High King after the boat trip.
So, but we can't wait 4 weeks.
I guess we're doing it ourselves.
Listen, I'm sorry. You guys don't have this problem. We have this problem where we're dying from plague and bleeding from everywhere. like I said, if you want to, this is a very common sort of thing. People tend to get like suspicious of those who seem like they are not affected by disaster. Obviously, actually causing plagues is not in your people's wheelhouse, but it can be that kind of thing. You read in some of the records that there was, was it Guthrum? I think it was Guthrum One-Eyed, aka Guthrum the Fool. There may have been some questioning about like, oh, well, those iron demons, they don't have to worry about plague like we do. We can take from them. They can afford to give, Greed is very easy to establish. It's very easy to start justifying things when you're backed into a corner and you have the impression that your neighbors are not.
I believe, Omega, if I'm not incorrect, this is directly what happened during the Middle Ages with Jewish people who, due to religious rituals they performed, were less likely to get the plague, aka the mitzvah.
Yeah, there's some ritual. There is
Yeah,
actually quite a lot of
there's regular
ritual
bathing. So it's like, why aren't these people dying from the plague? They must be witches. Kill them.
Yes, that is the sort of thing that does happen. So obviously very close-minded of House of Yulter to think that, but it's one of those things of like, I think Inos alone and the others when he shares this information with them is kind of starting to see the chain here of like, okay, boy howdy, a whole ass war has a long chain of decisions that need to be made before we get to it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like I said, records from like what would be to the humans pre-covenant are probably like even more like short and general.
Yeah.
Some of them have probably, because even stone, wears down with time. Some of them have been like retranscribed. I believe the general, I don't even know if you would call it myth, the like old school history of your people is that, once upon a time, you were into Earth. You were the guardians.
Oh, geez, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
But your people, guarded the walls and the outermost realms of the underworld, the kingdom of, the Umbral Queen, the land where dead souls go, full of her various, punishments and funny ha-has, etc. Freezing hells, burning hells, flying rock hells, windy hells, upside down hells, watery hells, hells full of burning, puddles of mud. Forested hells where you're chased through the woods by demons.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the fucking what circle of hell where it was just a realm of just fucking shit and you just stay submerged in it. I can't remember.
I believe that's one of the pockets in Malbolges, which is one of the circles of fraud.
Yeah.
I believe that in his cutting way, Dante Alighieri was like, yes, politicians who speak false are submerged by demons up to their mouths in excrement.
I guess they are full of shit.
Yes. Yeah, and there are many other evil pockets. Literally what Malbolge means, by the way, evil pocket. But yeah, no. So like. She had a wide variety of ways to basically, cleanse souls of sin. But when mankind performed the great sin, rather than wait for them to come to her, the Umbral Queen, threw open her gates and let her devils pour out.
Ah, okay.
The calamity of devils. So your people don't really know what humans did to piss the gods off. You guys just know that one day, the boss was like, throw open the gates, let forth the devils, let them out. So 11 billion demons were unleashed upon the world.
11
And at
billion.
some point, the Umbral Queen came back and was like, guys, we got to put all the devils back. And you guys were like, I don't think we got enough space for that.
They propagate. Like we only.
There is no
But,
more
yeah,
room in hell.
I mean, it may have been, because you have to imagine, out of character, since Leslok's not here to make that comment in character, but you have to imagine that during the series of calamities, quite a lot of mortal people died.
Probably one of the reasons why Daytata was like, I need a new kingdom. There's a lot of dead.
Yeah, so, like, basically, probably after sending her people, to go out and try and wrestle the devils, wrangle them back into the underworld, Deatacida just said, fuck it, closed and sealed all the gates, buried her kingdom deep, and relocated to the other side, to the country of the dead, the land of the dead on that side, and basically, your people were told, okay, you can't go back to the underworld, we've closed it up, I send you forth, you will join the other kindred in the garden and, live in these sacred lands. I grant these mountains to you to live under, sort of thing. So interaction with men is kind of like mixed. There are, different like oral histories that are passed down. I won't make you roll for this. Should be common knowledge of your people. I described it before. Iron demons, and their iron warriors could be very fierce, very tough. Again, you guys had just been not just guarding the borders of the underworld, but would have just been coming off being mobilized, like I said, to be part of kind of the, I guess you would call it the War of Thrones, the conflict between gods and calamities.
Mm-hmm.
And this, again, may relate to, like, this kind of, I think, understands stuff like Infernal Command and such, like, you guys are, in a sense, kindred to devils, but also God did give you the command to be like, hey, could you put these guys back? And fortunately, Iron Demons had to be like, boss, we can't put the devils back in the jar. Too many devils, not enough jar. Also, that conversation probably would have been said very loudly because there were, calamities of, thunder and water and fire and earth going on too.
Mm-hmm.
Very loud, very messy.
Too much bird, not enough space.
Also, talking about, did they propagate? Well, if the Iron Demons, like, went to the surface to start stuffing devils back into the underworld, they also would have run into shit like, dragons and beast calamities and so on. It was a rough time for everybody, is what I'm saying. But, like I said, so some of your, Iron Warriors would have, been trying to figure out, okay, how do we live above ground without our God sustaining and protecting us? How do we live underground without our God sustaining and protecting us? What's this wheat stuff? So there would have been, trade, there would have been fighting and raiding. There are the Norlish men, have their own versions of legends of, iron demons popping out of the ground to, roll over, cattle and sheep, steal them back away.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a lot of, dancing and prancing and chanting, spooky demon stuff.
Spooky demon stuff.
But there are some cultures, you traded with, like, your people have always been really good with working with metals and refining, and there was the what was it? The founder's name was Valent. What they called the men of the pick, I think, the pick men.
Yeah.
The ancestors of House Wayland.
Say that again.
Those guys, live in mountain foothills not too far from here, so would have run into your people while exploring, and was a much more, excuse me, sorry, little burpee. That was like a much more friendly relationship of where they were like, hey, we live in the lowlands. You guys probably don't have this wheat stuff down here. Here's a fruit. Where'd you get your cool iron swords and spears? Huh? Where'd you get those? Oh, we make those. Just imagining, lower the like welding mask type helmet. Rad. Radical.
I imagine
I will
how
give you
Layla
wheat and fish for iron. Sheep for bricks. You know. Type stuff.
Sheep for wheat, wheat for iron.
Yeah, basically. So like that. So you know your people's history with men is a little varied to just kind of like, you know, figuring this stuff out, exploring the space. The Iron Demons do have a history of like something which men were very helpful for was when you guys first, you know, propagated out here. You guys probably like came up from below in mountains like, you know, Fjalliv and what did I actually call the? Sorry, I'm scrolling up with the actual mountain the Dragon's Eye is in. Dreka Hofti? Where's the text from me? Yes, Dreka Hofti. There's a in there. So your people, you know, came up from the tunnels below, you know, ostensibly from whatever, you know, passages to the underworld that Deatacida, you know, showed you guys and led you out of.
Mhm.
So these mountains were, you know, filled with some mountainkin, some giants, you know, that you guys had to organize. They were also filled with dragons. So, you know, your own people had to do some dragon slaying, and like I said, humans were also dealing with that shit. Some of them had been dealing with it through the Calamity era, so you know they were great sources of wisdom in that regard. But obviously, I think, you know, kind of as we've thought, the not just out of like respect for the dead, but also just from natural inclination, the Iron Demons were not the kind to go, dragons, you know, tough scales, tough bones. Let's turn that into weapons. It was more like, that's not our god's business, okay? We know about, you know, iron and silver and gold and shit, man. You know,
We really want that cave.
Dragon bones and dragon scales are cool. You know, maybe we'll turn some dragon teeth into knives, but like we have iron. You know, we're ironing. And honestly, probably like I want to say that like figuring out demon fire was probably like you guys would have, you know, been taught the secrets, but probably like first tried to figure out how to weaponize it to basically be like, hey, dragons spit fire, can we do that too? Fire lance. I'm just imagining some early iron demons with like the first fire lances being like, you know, dragon breathes fire. They're like, I'm not impressed, I can do that too. Also scares the shit out of humans and animals. You know, even probably like Phantom Beast type, monstrum are probably a little freaked out by fire lances. But yeah, so there's not like a lot of like concrete stuff, but you have some interesting, you know, general speaking.
Okay.
That's concrete, baby.
Your records are probably, your people's records, I should say, are probably tightest about Logi Torchbearer himself, which basically the Iron Demon version of that history myth, whatever you want to call it, is the Torchbearer, you know, unified the tribes of men in the lands below. He journeyed into the darkness below the mountain of life, death opposite of life, and beseeched the Umbral Queen for the riddle of steel. He returned, and as part of their, I don't even know which word the Iron Demons would use, the bargain, the alliance, but basically, he obtained the secrets of soulcraft and the riddle of steel, and in return, became a staunch ally to the Iron Demons, and exchanged goods and words with them.
Cool.
And you can recall in the Logi's Labyrinth there was a stone cut relief that showed this. I believe it basically it showed like figures of men approaching figures of Iron Demons, where like the men were like exchanging like simplified glyphs representing like fish, wheat, meat, that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the Iron Demons were trading in. Actually, this is important to remember later. The Iron Demons were depicted as holding alchemical symbols, which represent things like iron, gold, silver, etc.
Okay. Chemical symbols of iron, gold, and silver. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the non-mythic interpretation of that is, there's still a little bit of mythic interpretation of it, but it seems like, Logi Torchbearer, journeyed into the deep dankness below the Mountain of Life. He returned, he spoke to the Goddess of Death and learned about both soulcraft sorcery and also just how you make steel. Steel's pretty bitchin'. And in return for this information, this knowledge, he basically agreed to look out for the Iron Demons. The Iron Demons don't necessarily think of it as, like, the humans protecting you, but more that, like, they are just your allies. You are equal partners in this trade.
Mm-hmm.
Trade was stimulated. You guys would trade, early deposits of iron, gold, silver, etc. below. Eventually, stuff like demon fire, lead, other materials, and in return would be, given food, clothing, eatables, plants, wood.
It would.
And that's kind of like evolved into kind of an ongoing, enduring alliance. Friendship, some might say. Because the mountains are sacred, and below the mountains is sacred. And deep, deep below the mountains is so sacred that we should not go there. Somewhere are the hidden rings and walls of the gates of the city of demons and the underworld, and we're not supposed to go there
In the depths somewhere is this.
because, well, it would be pandemonium, duh.
Pandemonium.
City of all demons. Because there's no guarantee that Dea Tacita literally let all their devils out. And maybe you guys did put some back. Maybe that's how you found out that you couldn't fit them all.
And the devil was just like, well, shit, now we live here.
Now we're stuck.
We live here now.
We're stuck, but we are still filled with the unerring hatred and wrath for all mortal kind.
And it sucks here. Let's go fuck up those dudes.
So they dig, they gnaw at the bones of the earth until they come up.
Well, speaking of which,
And
anything
then-
on,
There's an iron demon with a shovel.
Ooh, excuse me. That one snuck up on me. I apologize. But anything on the Soul Dragon Mithras in our records?
We talk about Corpse Eater Mythideer.
Mythideer.
Dark Eater
You
Meteor?
told me the fucking name like an hour ago. Well, it was an hour ago, I guess.
It was probably like 2 hours ago, but that's fine. I type it again. Corpse Eater Mythideer. Who is definitely not Dark Eater Meteor.
Inspirations are allowed.
Listen, FromSoft has some cool dragon names.
Yeah?
There are not any probably like carven records about that. If you want to ask about that, you should probably ask the senior most enchanter, Solcier Sarepta.
Inos will do so.
Solcier Sarepta is very old. She's about 120 or more. Kind of frail, slight. She lost her sight many years ago, but she uses soulcraft basically constantly to see.
Oh.
That's why she's called Soul Seer. It's not like a specific spell or technique. She just has lost her sight, so she has to rely on it. You've probably not mentored under her directly, but definitely would have been one of your possible instructors in soul crafting around, because she is the oldest and wisest. So you come to see her. She's got like a little alcove in the back of the temple. Kind of sits up. She's got a like blindfold wrapped around her eyes. Got some jingly jewelry. She kind of looks up and says, "Ah, is that the soul of Inos of Clan Ast? I see. Come closer."
Inos will, come closer.
She pats a mat that's rolled out in front of her. Sit.
Inos will sit and
she kind of nods. As always. What? Sorry to make you feel, deep shame, but what stone does Enos's name now is now analogy for?
Ingot.
Ingot. Okay. Enos ingot. We're close enough. We're working.
Yeah, like I said, like I had to dig for that one, but I made it work.
Listen, most of them are all named after gems. Some are gonna be obscure,
Well, there's a couple. Sard's name is just a word for like stone.
Yeah.
Sardonyx?
Polished earth. Yes. One half of the sardonyx. I think that means like redstone. One of the princes' names Solon just means stone. It's Greek, by the way.
So long.
Solon. No, there's no G. There's no farewell.
Oh, damn.
Definitely no at Wiedersehen. If you are at Wiedersehen,
You get shot.
Here.
Okay.
no,
sorry.
but yeah, she would say, as always, your soul glimmers like polished silver.
Enos says, it's like, your eyes continue to see all. But it is... But, Socia, I have come seeking knowledge.
Well, she gestures to the front of her face. What I lack for in eyeballs, I shall make up for with wisdom.
Eyes on the inside.
But, Enos,
Eyes are quite sharp.
then maybe they have heard of... Well, I don't know if we may have another name for it, but in the realm of men, it is known as Corpse Eater Mithradir, a dragon. Do we have any records of such a being?
You ask about a very old, very dangerous thing, Inos asked. Yes. My mothers and their mothers have told me the tale. I have listened to the stone. The corpse dragon himself. The great shadow serpent. What do you know? What do your ears hear?
Hang on, let me pull something up, because this is why I literally copied everything fucking down.
Honestly, this is why I paste a lot of stuff that's... If I'm just reading the fucking box text, I might as well paste you the box text,
Yeah. I know... I know Scales was black as night, and so was his breath, and he hated man so much, he tried to break into the underworld and consume the humans. It's said that Deatacida servants chained them. Chained them at the deepest part of the world, and the only thing to satisfy his hungers was to gnaw the roots of the mountains.
She kind of nods as you say this. The blood of the sun remember well. Yes, that is mostly like I have heard. The Dragon of Corpses is quite old. He was one of the first. I do not recall exactly how many dragons there were supposed to be. This is not my business. But yes, each of them was filled with deep anger, rage, sorrow. Well, after all, they were conjured up to burn and eat humans, so. By the way, yes, this is intentional. Socius Sarepta is a very old lady.
Mhm.
So she pivots very rapidly from like, I'm old and wise, but also I'm old and sassy.
Matoya.
I'm too old for this shit, okay?
Mhm.
But his wrath was so great, his heart so poison, that it was not enough that his claws and fangs and breath should find men where they hide. Though, yes, his breath was black and said to be purest poison, dark as the night sky, that sort of thing. Not that I am a very good judge of darkness. Again, does the tough ass joke of, waving her hand in front of her face with the blindfold. But yes, so angry was he that their souls should die and they should escape his wrath, that he was said to have tried to tunnel beneath the earth itself, to tear open the gates and breach the walls, cross the 13 rings, and enter that place where no living being should enter. You know, of course, of which I speak.
Just nods. Then
Well-
said, "Yeah."
She kind of, gestures with her hands up in the air. Well, it was a calamity, a great dragon, but he's not supposed to do that.
It's a big no-no.
So the great goddess, the queen of the umbral, opposite of the sun, nadir of the world, etc., whispered to us as we crawled forth from our walls and gates and found our new tunnels. And she told us to give him the what for. Smacks her fist into her palm. Obviously, that the legends say that our people were not capable of fighting one of the great first dragons, of which I am fairly certain. I don't think any of them were supposed to have died the normal way. At the very least, I have never heard of their souls passing into the beyond. But we were mighty and many in those days. And so, using the secret words of our greatest of mothers, the mistress of death, our people conjured great chains of blackest iron and wrapped his body up many, many times. Truth be told, the exact number of times I have heard a couple different ways. But many times, many, many times. And chained him far away from the gates and the walls. As you said, at the very roots of the mountains. These mountains, actually. But the roots of these mountains are very, very deep. Of course, he is supposed to be a giant dragon, wings that span from horizon to horizon and blot out the sun, that sort of thing. Teeth large enough to slice a man in half, sort of thing. Not that you'd ever get sliced, because, again, of the poison breath. The breath made of poison. The poison specifically to kill humans. That poison.
Of course, you went.
But yes, no, he's chained at the base of the world. But since he is so large, he struggles against the chains. They will never break until the stars fall and the rivers turn black and the sun goes out The mountains become dust and the lowlands become tall, that sort of thing. Real end of the world type shit, Inos. This does actually remind you, when you heard Elder Ritva cast, Black Seal on that coffin, you put that Calamitous Blade in. She did say something very similar.
Yeah,
she
no, I
was
was just
like,
thinking
hey,
about that.
you're going to remain shut until the sun goes black, the sun turns black, the stars fall from the sky, the rivers run dry, sort of stuff. So, until the end comes to all things. But he's very big and strong, so he can probably wiggle around a little. I have not heard of any enormous dragons gnawing and thrashing on stone. Know how good my ears are, but I do not think it is a coincidence, young Inos, that we live in a land called the Dragon's Eye, in the mountain called the Dragon's Head. And there are other mountains, like teeth and tail, wings, that sort of thing.
But it was all just one
If
dragon.
he's down there, he's going to be very annoyed.
Oh, no,
Maybe
Or maybe he's bored.
Oath. Oath is good.
I'm sorry, my first thought was like, oh, maybe I should bring him a book or something.
Well,
I
his eyes
send
are
you
supposed to be
on
as
a
large.
most grievous quest.
His eyes are
Bring
supposed to
me-
be the size of lakes, so probably a large book.
I would like the twist if he just actually got turned into the mountain itself.
I mean, he's under the mountain. The mountain's roots are on top of him.
He could be. The mountain locations could just be where the mountains could just be laying on top of his body, like all the mountain range.
I have described the original great dragons as being very large. I believe it was Stone Dragon Gradamir was so big that his body physically encircled an entire city.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of shit. They're big.
They're big.
They're bad. They're better than ever. No, yeah. So, any other sort of guidance on the corpse dragon you wish?
No, it just seems like he was a very angry, poisonous black dragon of darkness. And
Yes, you know from your time in Weirwind Keep that the brood of the Shadow Drake are dragons with poisonous blood and breath kind of a thing.
My breath is the
But-
death.
I don't know if this is a third line to follow in, but honestly, having a giant poisonous dragon just living underneath your mountains probably ain't great for the land. Probably.
It's probably not good for property values, but this is a very out of character gag, but I'm imagining Soul Seer Seraptor just being like, but when Deotastus says jump, we say how high.
Yeah.
Oh, my darling children, I need you to chain up this giant dragon. My coworker's dog has gotten out. I need you to catch it.
How many times, Your Majesty?
But, no, we'll actually be like, well, sure thing, Mum. No, Inos doesn't have anything
And then you can
else.
stop by the humans on the way and get candy.
They always do me favors.
But no. I think that's it. Like I said, I have regained a bit of my faculties, but I don't think I have anything particularly else to say. I just want to know if we had any more information on Corpse Eater Mythodeer, and we do kind of.
Your people's version of the legend is more detailed, yes.
Yeah. If
Your elders and wise ones claim that you did that thing.
Yeah, no. And might have a giant poisonous dragon, living under us somewhere.
Very, very
Chewing
deep.
on the roots of the mountain.
At some point, a guy like that just
Perhaps
would
one
stop
might
thinking.
wonder if he can move his claw so that he might carve every day, every eon that has passed while he has been imprisoned.
Oh, I get.
That's just fucked up.
We get a little spooky here. We're just a little eldritch.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the claw just scraping against the stone. Just. Ugh.
It's
Try
got to
some
be a
ghost-
little bassier than that. Get that stock, stone on stone sound.
Ugh.
There's probably some like spooky legend about the forest to go where there's no air. There is only vapor of the blackest night.
I mean,
The
earthquakes
Well, I mean,
Sorry,
you know,
I
if
come
you go
from somewhere.
deep down, it is like that. There is no oxygen. There's volcanic gases. It's pitch black down there.
There's maybe a spooky scraping sound that echoes and warbles.
Is that the
That
wind?
could just be plate
There's no
tectonics,
wind.
or it could be the corpse dragon.
I think only iron. I don't think even iron demons go that far with the volcanic gas unless they have like a thing that lets them like process that.
Now go to
Technically,
bed.
I mean, you can use.
Otherwise, the corpse
one-
dragon will get you.
Yeah, go to bed or the dragon will eat you. Yeah. No, I think at least one move they make is like. Sorry, my own brain skips out sometimes. I was gonna say, they have the spell that means they don't die when they're full of shock or full of killing, so they could like, you could do that to briefly tank breathing, but otherwise, no. I don't think they have any special respiration powers.
So I guess we couldn't go far enough to like get down there to even see ourselves until we actually had like actual air equipment.
Pumping air is actually like very important.
Yeah. But nay.
All right,
no.
okay.
I'll leave it.
I mean,
I don't think I
Yeah,
have
but-
any other topics to cover. I don't think.
Yeah.
So to cut a long story short, unless anyone else has something to do, I just want to take Aurelia and Alestra on an underworld journey for like 7 hours and come back and make a roll, if that's okay.
yeah, you can roll. I do want to know what, because Conrad will presumably be there the whole day.
Oh, yeah.
What Conrad's plans are.
As most of his plans probably involve going around the forges and stuff, and seeing the iron demons that he's met his first time coming through and all that stuff.
Yeah, catching up. That's fair. Yes, you can see a few things. There's people working hard on some projects and swap stories, share tips, pass out gifts. Obviously,
Yeah.
Moira probably shadows you because her alternative is to ask Inos how to spell free sword lessons and put it on a sign and just sit.
Dental not included.
Well, it depends. Do you sign the waiver?
Oh
The
boy.
sword might get close to your teeth. No. We'll skip the international incident. Okay. Go ahead and cast. What is it? Is it throw open? No, throw open the gates is the seance spell. What is the attunement spell actually called? I forget.
Crossing the threshold.
Most of them have cool names.
Crossing the threshold.
Crossing the threshold. Yes.
I have a master die in this, so I have no concerns whatsoever. Sure, let's make that 3 10s.
All right. Hey, guess what? I need to actually add this to her sheet. Aurelia's got flawless. Soulcraft attunement,
Yeah.
which I believe she gets +1 command.
Yep. Yeah, no. Basically, it'll just be Inos probably leading Alestra, so she doesn't have to cast Truce. How long does Truce Scene last? Minutes? Hours?
Minutes, I think.
Yeah, so she
Might be
doesn't have to
hours.
cast it every few minutes, but... Well, basically, walk with Aurelia while she walks in complete darkness for, the next several hours and, speak of many things. And guide her into an understanding of that, things are... That things such as death and darkness are not something to be feared and avoided, but accepted, for they are part of they are natural parts of the world and whatnot.
Night follows day, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think she takes to it, yeah. I mean, she's been working at it. She's been ready.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I was thinking it would not, especially not have worked out with this group session, but I was wondering because Nicola or Dallas asked earlier about for Nicola about where Lady White was going. She probably would have said when you guys left the Fogveil that, you know, Aurelia is no longer traveling somewhere dangerous and gone her own way.
Mhm.
I thought about having her like follow you up the mountain, but you know, it would still be very awkward for her, even if Inos was like, "Oh, sure, you can pop on by." It would be like, "Hello, we are covered in iron." That thing you don't like. So it's probably better we just skipped it. At some point, I want to have a moment where like Aurelia speaks to, probably after you come back from attunement. Aurelia probably speaks to Solcier Sarepta, because Solcier Sarepta has a cool thing to lay on Aurelia that I need you guys to know.
Okay.
Which is just that she was going to say that, because, you know, she claims anyway to see souls. So the thing she would say is, you know, first of all, I think I had a cool line from Solcier Sarepta where she would talk about how it's her opinion that Leofric's soul was that of a lion, you know, bright and proud.
Mm-hmm.
And probably have a cool comment about, like, you know, either his name was very good or his soul became the shape of the name, you know, chicken and egg shit. But she describes Aurelia as being similar, but having her own way. She would say it is like, especially because I know this is going to make several people in this call vibrate. She describes Aurelia's soul, her nature, as being like a black lion.
Heh.
Stalking in night.
The
Yeah,
next
Lestra
Black Iron
probably is like, I
Lion
don't even
Emperor.
know what. Yeah. Well, I think I said before, I don't know if it got made yet, but one of my plans was for like Aurelia's shoulder cloaker sash was to give her a little black lion pin of like black iron. Moira can whip that up for her later. I'm trying to remember if Solcier sort of had anything she wanted to say about Alestra. Alestra's soul is probably full of light, as cliche as that sounds, but
Yeah.
she's plugged into the sun sorcery, so there's like a radiance about her. And you have not yet had her doing weird dragon trance stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, Loth, I know. But that's how it should be. Konrad, do you want your soul scene?
If he's aware that that's what's going to happen.
Well, she just kind of passively does it, but it's kind of thing of if you would
Okay.
want to meet her.
Sure.
I think I thought it because I didn't know who all was coming. I thought about this.
I really want to know mine, but I won't know, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think I had a couple ideas for you.
You tell me off mic, just curious. I
probably would have given you some options because I know you're thinking about some stuff. But yes, Comrade to her, I think she would say is like, yeah, Dallas doesn't know the joke about black lions. She'd probably say that Conrad's soul is solid, like a block of steel, but cool, like a face of ice. So snow hiding steel.
Cool. Thank you.
Pats you on the leg.
What does that mean?
You'll do fine.
Inos will just lean over and says, it means It means what it means.
And what does that mean?
To vaguely quote Lynch, it's how you felt about it watching it's what mattered.
I mean, yeah, kind of. What does Konrad think that means? Blah, blah. But let's see.
That I'm
Dallas
from
has to
House
go
Loki
before
and House
2.
Ike. That's probably what it means.
Yes, of course. All right. Okay.
Ceremony. What do you need?
Let's go back to Stonehearth. No, I was going to say, Dallas, you've been out before too long. Let's go back down the mountain.
Back down the
If
mountain.
we're done. Anyone got mountain things? Anything I forget?
No, because it's not off. I got like a very quick list of things to do.
All right. How are we going? We can go for like almost 4 hours as well. Well, I think the primary thing is... Oh, I don't know if I want this to be like the cliff at the end. Well, I guess, you guys return to Stonehearth. What would be your like first blob? I think I know what Comrade's first goal would be, but like what's the plans?
Waiting for Leslok to be like accepting petitions and go from there.
I guess just Leslok open office hours right away.
Like, we do want to have the small council meeting and talk about stuff.
Yeah, we need to have that though. I don't know.
That
if
will
we'll do
probably
that.
not happen like right away when you return, because as noted, you guys were not super great about preemptive correspondence, so
Nope.
it'll
Yeah,
probably take a day or two before everybody to reassemble.
that's honestly fine. I have to probably
Uh,
like do the backlog of stuff anyway.
Enos would check if there's any letters and if like Kaleno has came back and whatnot.
I'm trying to remember. Do I have any other general letters? No, I don't think there's any updates back yet.
Okay.
I technically think that Kalena would have come and gone to deliver your High King letter, as I believe Leslok said that he wanted that shipped out as soon as possible. So if Kalena returned, she probably took that, or one of her bonus friends took it. What are those ones called?
Uh,
You guys, what's your names? Oh, I don't think I have.
No, I don't think you gave them names.
I'm pretty sure they have blocks in my Dramatis. Hold on, let me check. Because her elder sister has the pals' names, but yes, no, they are in my notes. Yeah, I'll throw that in the Dramatis now. You guys get an add to that. Your other two's Harpy's names are Questra and Alakina.
Okay.
But yeah, so you have probably a flurry of like general notes and updates. I should say that it's by now it's a new month, spring 3, so all your company stuff refreshes.
Woo.
So you probably have
Ooh.
like a flurry of like reports about that coming back, like yes, all the men are arrested, that sort of thing.
right. Okay.
All right, okay.
Maybe-
Wow, we're fucking gooped out. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Where are we? What day is it?
And Stonehearth.
Well, I think you're taking
No.
your vacation, so you're though. Hey, guess what? Your sabbatical is going to be cut short because you have to attend the small council meeting in a day or two.
Okay, then I'm starting my sabbatical. Then fine, I'm not on sabbatical. I'm on job. I'm taking my sabbatical after the fucking meeting.
Nicola
Smart.
finds out there's a team meeting, and he's like, "Fine, I won't take my vacation days then." So he's gonna sit in the corner and pout for a day. Okay, all right.
No, I'm going to do my job.
All right, here I'll put some juice in the cruise, because I do have some stuff for. I do have the plans for Eremita to meet you, and that would involve a brief meeting with
Right.
Oh my god, I forgot his name for a second.
Kefis.
Yeah, Kefis Verity.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, you say all wonderful. He doesn't have anything to do though. He's just gonna be here chilling.
Yeah, I know. I need to figure that shit out.
But I originally planned it to be this way after Axe said that he wanted to have the message sent as soon as possible, and you guys do take a couple days to get your stuff shorted in the air. So I want to say waiting for you upon your return. Like I said, I originally planned it to be this way, but I won't. You do actually have a letter back. Your letter back is because it's probably Aunt Eva who lets you know. There is a very high-ranking courier here.
Oh.
Yeah, Aunt Eva, kind of hushedly, briefing Leslok, and she's like, "Yes, arrived just this morning. Says she has a personal sealed letter from the High King."
Damn.
Oh. Well,
He responded with urgency.
then I'm gonna.
so
I was actually gonna take it to his office to read it.
Well, so you are shown to her, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because it is a Harpuya.
Right.
She's older, looks to be in maybe her mid-40s. She's introduced as, and yes, is introduced with the appellation of Dame Electo Partian. There's a K in there. She is a postmaster general, a general of the King's Couriers.
Damn.
Tall, lean, pale skin, very dark red plumage. Hair's kind of worn very short. She has, sharp, pretty features, but they're marred by a single large scar on her. Yeah, it's her right side. Actually, no, the mirrored side. And she's wearing an eye patch. Character note: racially, as a species, Harpuya get Beauty 1, the 1-point version of Beauty. She does not have it.
Oh.
Which means that she has suffered a gruesome wound at some point in her life to go back to neutral beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Her remaining eye is bright orange in color, like a hawk. On her right arm and shoulder, she's wearing a bronze arm guard. Has a long coat with big, long tails. Because she's wearing, short, simple breeches, I think, over her taloned legs. Which is, deep red in color with white trim. Brass epaulets, has a sash with ribbons and medals of several orders, includes, iconography of the King's Couriers, images of both the of the first company of the Blood Shields, the Sun Guard, and also the Queen's Guard, but also has an Order of Gallantry.
Jeez.
And an award from Celticy known as the Order of the Lightning Strike. That is a award for very prestigious winners of dueling tournaments.
Huh.
In her belt, she is wearing a traditional Harpuya sword, a flissa, which is kind of gentle curve, but to a sharp armor-piercing point. But at their other hip, she has a very ornate rapier with a cluster of bloodstones. She's wearing a length of cord with a series of keys around her neck, and she is carrying a portable lockbox, basically a wooden box, which has the seal of the royal family on it. So as you approach, she kind of like, bows and nods to you. Marquess?
General.
To your cellar?
Yes.
She walks, her talons click on the floor like they were spurs.
She got that jingle, jangle, jingle.
I feel like Leslok feels a little honored to being like, this is like one of the most prestigious post like couriers in the kingdom.
Well, take it
Yeah.
more of that. Whatever the king has to say was that fucking important.
Yeah, which is like,
It's quite,
oh boy,
yes.
this is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, she goes into your cellar, your personal office. If any of you attempt to follow, you don't. You will be stopped, and actually, your couple of other Harpuria couriers will probably like nervously block the door to Leslok's study. It's supposed to be a private missive.
Would it be just me and her then?
Yes.
Okay.
She
Okay.
will take a key off the link. She will unlock, set the box on your desk, unlock it, reach in, hand you a letter, which is visibly sealed in wax. Personal seal of the king. And hands it to you. I will also share the text to you, but I will read it out loud as well for the people in the back.
The people in the back.
Appreciate
Audience
it.
at home. So, you pull out your letter opener, undo the wax seal. Dame Electo stands at attention. I will dump the text first. Which, yeah, I was sure is going to be in text format. It's going to be, because it's several paragraphs.
Just going to download this for sake.
It begins at the top. The most honorable Marquess of Teine. We find your letter most interesting, and in some aspects we dare say troubling. That your first instinct is discretion, we feel, is the correct one. Under normal circumstances, such a report of the Fogveil would call for an immediate summons to the capital to testify before the High Council. However, given that you have been exceptionally busy of late and already made such a trip in the past months, we shall hold off on the full council until it is convened for summer court. It would please us if you prepared any testimonial or reports for that date. As requested, we have shared the particulars of your letter with only our closest advisors, the Lord Marshal and the Lord Chancellor, who concur with the assessment that a full council session is required for the Crown to make its ultimate decisions. But the Lord Marshal in particular believes that haste will not advance this cause for the Crown or for the people of Troikaron. The Lord Cursor, as my postmaster and a member of my household, is aware of the general situation upon receiving and sending these missives, but as he is quite busy with his grand tour of Mirio, so we shall not trouble him any further at this time. We've also entrusted this messenger with a letter to the Lady Warden outlining this part of the matter, so that you may consult with her both in that capacity and as your neighboring house and peer. In return, we ask that you similarly utilize discretion in this matter. We caution you not to make any further discussion or announcements publicly regarding the Fogveil, and have asked to speak about it defer to our office.
Ooh.
We would also advise any who went on this expedition with you to do the same. Practically, once you discuss with your vassals and your advisors within your own house is your business, but it was by the request and the council of the houses of Logi and A that the Crown previously concurred with the assessment that the Fogveil is closed. Until such houses advise us otherwise, the Crown shall maintain this stance. For the time being, until evidence to the contrary is presented, however, the Crown must maintain the stance that those living in the provinces, any of the provinces, are citizens of our realm. On the subject of the organization reputed as the Syndicate, without the E.
I keep saying it cat because that amuses me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've always pronounced it Syndicate, but you can pronounce it Syndicate if you find it better.
I do.
We have been aware since the incident at Lichtmann House He has no problem spelling that because I copied and pasted.
I also
Of
have a
such an
copy and paste somewhere too.
organization. And the Lord Marshal and the Crown Constables has made a dedicated effort to locate and curtail their activities within Lampquare. Several additional holdings and hideaways have been secured, and the constables have seized a variety of assets involved in black market and smuggling trades, as well as general flaunting of the king's law. However, your reports that they may also be connected to circles of piracy, slavery, and matters sorcerous, if not heretical, are most troubling. While the Crown Constables can enforce the king's law in the domain of Crown, and on the king's roads and other such holdings, in rural areas we must rely on local constabulary, maybe more subject to the manipulations of such an operation. Further consulting and briefing shall also have to occur at the summer court. Additionally, the Pontifex Draconis and his Orders Inquisitorius will have to be informed in due course. I believe targeting of House Logi may be due both to lack of influence in Norland and the previous Marquess Logi's time as the Lord Marshal. While the safety of our subjects is tantamount, aid must be delivered with the long term in mind. We could marshal a legion of knights and men-at-arms to station at Stonehearth, if there was a threat to the realm or the sovereignty of the crown. But we fear at this juncture that such a show of force would do more harm than good. For the moment, we advise you that you brief and prepare, albeit cautiously, your constables and standing knights appropriately. At Summer Court, we shall also likely propose that the upcoming 5th Company of the Order of Bloodshields be prepared to be stationed in Teine ahead of a royal wedding, wherever and whenever that shall take place, once their room and board shall be secured. On the subject of piracy, this is like you've pulled to the second page of the letter.
Mhm.
Yes.
On the subject of piracy, we have consulted with the Lady Admiral, who shall be receiving your detailed report. At this time, she is of the opinion that Tyne seems equipped to defend its lands itself, and your letters of marque grant you enough powers to protect merchant shipping. We have requested that she detach several frigates to secure the freedom of navigation along the northwestern waters of Norlon, which should hopefully promote separation between the syndicate, the local corsairs, and possible ties to the pirate brotherhood. Lady Admiral is not eager to commit resources across Trichrone at this time, as agents of the group calling itself the Pirate Brotherhood appear to have stolen 2 freshly constructed hulls of ships to be donated to the Navy in the Islas, though thankfully they were not yet crewed and armed. Her efforts shall be focused on tracking and recovering or sinking those ships post-haste. In order to allow her office to better project security and to cultivate the King's Navy's presence in Norlon, perhaps it would be advisable if the Marquess located some suitable lands which might be leased or donated to the Crown in order to construct a naval fort or a port for the King's Navy to use in addition to civil ports. We are certain that letters to the Lady Admiral could provide further information on that subject. Yours, His Royal Majesty, High King Roderick Hartroy, Defender of the Covenant, Lord of the Chateau Dragon, Commander of the Order of Bloodshields.
Oh boy. Oh.
Listen, you gave him a bulleted list. He had a big letter to write.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So
This is not
Did I
that far from
technic-
expectations, but like I was like, oh okay, this is what we're doing. Okay.
did I technically
letter.
break that already?
Nope.
Okay.
Your orders have only arrived now.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'll just not tell anyone else then.
I will not have. Leslok doesn't need to roll graces to do this. He has a very high graces. Actually, did you switch it around so you have a master die, or do you just have a big pool?
I switch it. I have 1 point and master, so I have like basically a B4 plus master.
Yeah, you can auto succeed on a simple check. The way the High King phrased it is he wants you to make no public announcements or acknowledgement of your trip to the Fogveil. You should not send out a CC letterhead. Hello, I'm your Marquess. I've been to the Fogveil. Here's what I've seen.
Yeah, no.
But
At
what you
everyone.
discuss privately with your house and your vassals is, about your
Okay.
house's business is your domain.
So
Yes.
we should probably tell. I mean, I can't imagine they'll need it, but we should probably tell Lady Cressida and Lady Majo to be like, we need to keep this stum.
Well,
Yes, you did, because you did send a letter to them. But in
Yeah.
general,
Yeah.
you might want to
Yep.
brief the small council and
Yep.
period.
You might wanna say-
and
It's
no one can
publicly-
stop you, Dallas. I just want to point that out.
You might
Well,
also have to admit that
I
you
was-
said that because we don't know that yet. You did that.
I don't know if you talked about it. That's true. I mean, the respective mothers, the ladies of the house, will probably be able to bring it
Yes.
up. But like I said, you want to
Yeah.
convene this, and the High King said that if anybody asks you publicly to be like, "Oh, could you tell me about the Fogveil?" You have to be like, "I must refer you to the High King."
As per the king's law,
King says
it
no.
really close.
My lawyer has advised me to keep quiet.
My lawyer has I can't
Because
fucking do it. I'm too
he has
fucking noob
technically
brain.
advised you to seek counsel with others.
Yes.
He told you straight up that he's sending a letter to brief the Lady Warden because
Yeah.
she's your
Okay.
neighbor and also the Fogveil neighbor. So,
Yeah.
So I
in
don't
addition to the fact
technically
that she's
think I
responsible for the king's public lands.
technically don't think I did anything wrong, but
No, I don't think you necessarily broke OPSEC because I'm pretty sure you didn't say a letter. Hey, we went into the Fogveil, fought pirates, and discovered missing people. You're just like, you probably just said, hey, we
went. I probably said we went into the Fogveil and then just
Yeah.
left it at that.
Yeah, and
We
now
went into the Fogveil. We all came back alive and
Yes.
safe.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, that is only more because I was writing to Lady Basha and Cressida. And as the Lord Doctor, I probably emphasized everyone's good health.
Yeah, no. So no, you
when
probably
you
did say
Fogveil,
that. You
I
probably
got
didn't
shit.
say all the actual
Yeah. The
Well, and that's the
I
thing I wanted to say
definitely-
with like,
yeah, and if-
like Leslok's graces. He would know, technically, none of you have yet violated the High King's orders because the High King's orders have only just arrived. And so we're setting the policy, going forward.
All right. So that means Leslok has to invite everyone that went on the voyage on the expedition with him to the council meeting. So everyone has to be there, just so that
I
can
mean,
be
your posse
briefed.
would probably
I
be
think
there
me
anyway.
and Enos are literally there anyway.
well,
No, I'm
Enos,
saying, like,
Enos is
I'm
probably
saying,
oh, sorry.
Go.
Enos has probably spent a couple days making sure that that everything in his office has been taken care of, making sure there's nothing that the Master of Ceremony needs to do. So he's probably been running around the castle and the town, taking care of a few things.
I gotta do that too, but the point is, I was saying for like Ike and Foreign or something like that, where it's like I don't know if they'll be here.
Oh right, yeah,
Yeah.
all the heirs were there. Yeah, no shit. We need to.
I mean, they
wrangle the
returned with
heirs.
you from the Silver Tower, so I don't imagine they would have had any move to leave yet.
All right, fair enough. So that's
You can
that's
just,
tell
you
them,
can just
hey,
drop
can
them
you
a line
wait a
and tell
couple
them, hey,
days
don't
before
leave
you
town
leave?
yet.
it'll leave town when we have a meeting tomorrow.
But having seen that you have, read and studied the letter thoroughly,
Mhm.
Dame Electo holds out a talon to take it.
I will be making conversation with.
I don't need
some
to
of
roll
the
to memorize it.
Delivery
So, yeah.
people.
I should say, while you were deep in thought reading it, because I was reading it out loud, she was stoking the fire in your office.
Oh yeah.
Well, she'll take it
Mhm.
back from you,
I
and,
see.
and yeah, she'll burn it.
And now, and not only it will remember be me the king and I.
Is it
As it
safe?
should be. It is. We are operating with utmost secrecy. She, closes, locks, tucks the key back in, bows to you, and is like, I will be on my way. I must deliver a missive to the Lady Ward.
Best wishes.
I
then.
kind of wanted to, because I know you've got a big shuttered window that faces out to the courtyard. I kind of wanted to just like hop out the window and take wing, but that seems a little too blasé.
Mm-hmm.
Although she does have her entire entourage, they're just waiting outside.
She will probably, walk out, dismiss everybody, and again bow and take wing and just away north.
To brief this, Leslok's probably gonna have Everhub come in and basically just explain how much discretion we're gonna be applying now. Just get that out of the way.
I'm sorry, what did Axe say?
He's briefing
what's
us
the
on.
one-
We need to shut up.
He was gonna start with Everhum because he's probably just right outside the room, and then so on. But he'll probably save most of it for the actual meeting tomorrow.
I mean, I'm in your castle, so
Well, actually, I think the thing we should do before we go, because we have been going
Yes.
4 hours.
I
I
do
do
need
need to
a
leave
petition.
afterwards.
I have a petition I need to sign.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know what format Conrad's going to come before, but I think we want to handle that because I think it will make the most sense if I introduce what I got going on with Aramita, which will involve a list of stuff, and also take your meeting when we come back because we're going to break for like 2 weeks, so there's no fucking way anybody's going to remember what they were doing with that stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll just start fresh with like research options and stuff. So let's resolve Conrad's thing. So we just have to wait 2 weeks of off time.
And also, you can spend the 2 weeks off time doing all the off-screen work.
So I guess I would ask Conrad. You want to petition the Marquess? Would you want it to be when he's like kind of in public court, like sitting in your great hall, your meeting room, or would it be in the office?
No, it'd be in like public.
I think like
Then
after
you have the
briefing the people in the castle, he's probably going to go do that for the rest of the day. Because it makes.
Lord, I've done as requested, and before our most recent excursion, scouted out the lands and environments around Castle Skjoldbjorg. I have left a report about the details with the Chamberlain. I looked at Israel. And with this complete, I now request that I be allowed to refurbish said castle and tend to the lands so that they may be no longer a burden to Teine.
You okay?
I'm sorry, he said TN, so I thought the fucking Dragon Ball character.
Okay. Okay.
And whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact
It's
same
time, but he said TN, so I'm just thinking.
We're having a real one.
Yeah.
Audience, I apologize for today.
I feel like I should have Leslok would have actual legitimate questions to ask you, but like I cannot for the life of me think of them.
Don't worry, none of us
I mean,
can.
he's petitioning you. It's pretty simple. You just be like, well, what's
I guess
the
then,
word?
like,
you
Technically,
say,
also,
you say
you're doing it in public so that if anyone else had wanted to challenge the decision or ask questions, they could.
Fair.
I mean, I'll say this: none of the courtiers are gonna challenge that claim. You have done as your brother and liege lord has asked, and you are technically you just reported out loud that it's a fucking ruined castle, and you are like, I'll take it.
I feel like then it'd be a thing of Leslok would take the petition, and then by the will of me as the Marquess and under the king's law, have it be done. It just writes his name into it.
Thank you, my lord. Bow and depart.
May your future's prosper.
Yeah, Konrad is definitely doing this as a subordinate, not as a brother, so...
No, fair dinkum.
Yeah. Then he'll go through...
Hey, look what I put on Conrad's character list.
Yeah.
Lord of Castle Stromberg.
Yeah.
It's done.
A little less cool than I wanted about Black Lion, but we're having a weird one, okay?
Yeah, I need to go change my shirt. Like, fucking hell.
Hot? It happens.
Ready.
No, trust me, I understand. I've had. I'm so glad I got my fucking ceiling roof fan in this room replaced. It's a good fan. Okay, all right.
We're gonna call it
Any
here.
other incidental? That's the fucking word I'm looking for. That's a word we're gonna need to
Oh,
remember.
fucking hell. Oh, boy.
I can't think.
No, Nicola's good. He's cooked.
Incidental is
Conrad
probably...
is Lord of a
Conrad
castle
would
to
probably...
feed
I would, just since it's incidental, probably deliver payment for to the Stonemasons Guild.
Oh, fucking hell.
So
Yeah,
they
no,
can get
that's...
started on the repairs.
Hold on.
Yes.
I do have to do something.
Does you remember what I quoted that as, or am I gonna have to dig that up in my notes?
I believe it was, 4.
All right, I will double check to be sure. I am the game master, the master of games.
So I was specifically going to burn 1 wealth to ensure that they are supplied and can do it quickly. So, and maybe also get a
What
point in
is your current wealth level?
6.
You would not have to actually.
Well, I was
spend
also
that
technically
wealth right
burning
now.
it to get a point in a student of fortification.
Yeah, that you can do. You can carouse, but it would be reducing yourself down to 5 would be the move to pay for all of it expeditedly.
Congratulations, Logesh. You're the owner of a block of adamant.
That's a big fucking block. It
Oh, breaks the table.
You want to beat someone with it instead.
is very heavy.
I mean, I don't know if height affects anything, but
Had to do some digging. But I found it. Why is it 5 megabytes?
What?
Don't worry, you'll see what I mean.
Oh, he's uploading a GIF, I'm sure.
Yeah, looking at it, I don't think height affects it.
Actually, it's just a picture. I don't know why it's 5.5 megs. Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh yes, the Mandalorian image. Okay. No, you've just got a big chungus one. I do believe it requires a difficulty roll with blacksmithing or other appropriate skill to actually work with the adamant.
Difficulty +2.
Which translates to difficulty 2 in this context. But if you were making something special that had a difficulty out of it. So we can resolve that later because that will require some work for someone to fucking slap that shit out. Okay. So Comrade pays off the Castleman to start castling.
Yes.
He is also Jimmy Castleman. Nicola made some adamant. So Logesh has his cool stuff. Inos is just
You
a
can make
flurry
your
of paperwork to be ready.
Yep.
Leslok also does.
I'm gonna get this fucking meeting done, and I'm gonna disappear for a week. I hope you know my next mission is take a successful vacation.
Hey, that works. That is a short-term, discrete goal.
Fuck. I think I would make my mission just
Oh god, what is gonna be my next mission?
fucking hell.
Bacon
But do I have to? Do I set it to be like I have to like plot out? No, I need to talk to the fucking talk to the House Marin before I even like fucking think of making an actual like military report. Ugh.
You know what my next mission is?
Well, we can talk about it off mic when I can probably.
Yeah,
type
I've given
in
you
the
the
brain.
well, but hey, my mission is technically done. Secure high-ranking position.
I guess
It is
you
an
be
official
status
title
1
in
now.
my big list of titles.
I guess at least that's status 1.
I think
Am
so.
I allowed to go back to status 1?
Yes, at least status 1. I'd have to double check.
Should I
anyway,
spend the EXP for it as well, just in case?
No, you don't need to spend EXP. You've obtained the status. It's how this stuff works. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes. EXP. You're present. You're in character. That's 2.
Are we,
Did any fucking
are we
mission stuff?
present?
That's a 3rd.
I did that.
I
Yes.
fucking broke Comet and I made my goal. I made it to the Dragon's Eye. I get 4. Yay.
Yay.
Good job.
Good
Good
job.
I'm back.
You
to
only
section
need to do that. Yeah, I don't even need to make a
Okay,
joke
let's
about how
go.
more times for it. Anyway, we're gonna end the night. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Right. Do all the things.
Good night.
Bye.